in this country. Then I come to the DRC. In 1997, a fraction of what used to be part of the Ugandan army, now the Rwandan army, invaded DRC, and in 1996, rather, in 98, together with the Ugandan troops, they reinvaded DRC, occupied eastern DRC for a while. For a country that had not been trading with us for very many years, all of a sudden, DRC became an important trading partner with Uganda. And I'm happy to report that in 2019, our exports to DRC exceeded $500 million. How did this happen? Because when Ugandan troops went into DRC, they may have committed what we called crimes, traded in diamonds and gold and timber. But what they also did, they established trade links between Uganda and DRC. Today, if you go to Chikubo, which is the epicenter of Uganda's indigenous trade, you will be surprised to find a large number of lorries, hundreds of lorries from DRC, which have come to collect goods and taking them to DRC. If you go to Arua, has anyone of you been to Arua? Arua is, I think, the busiest town in Uganda after Kampala. Even at midnight, Arua is a beehive of activity because it is near the border with DRC, and trade between West Nile and DRC is one of the most intense that you can find. In fact, I am told that more than 70% of all the borders in Arua come from DRC and they don't pay taxes in Uganda. And as a person who is, I think I'm the biggest player in the border market, I can tell you that the trade and investment intercourse between Uganda and Congo, especially as evidenced by Arua, is of great value. Therefore, my conclusion is that whether you go to Kigali, South Sudan, or DRC, on construction sites, in hotels, in offices, of the private sector, in the government, in markets, everywhere, in taxi parks and bus parks, you will find Ugandans doing trade there. And this is largely because of Uganda's military involvement for security reasons in these countries. And therefore, if we are looking to the future of integration, we need to focus on the role of our security services. And I'm sad that my nephew, according to social media, General Mohoski Nerugaba, is not yet here. I would have wanted to thank him because he would be representing UPDF, that UPDF has been the biggest driving force of regional integration. Much more than international conferences by heads of state, by government bureaucrats, by diplomats like my grandson Adonia Ayebare. More than them. Now, of course, I want to add that these diplomats play an important supporting role. Wherever our diplomats have, rather our soldiers have been, our traders have followed, and I think the diplomats come to give official sanction to what has been achieved on the battlefield. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Let's kindly give Andrew another round of clapping for keeping time. And the time allotted to him, he kept it well. And in my view, I don't know for you, he did a good job for two reasons. One, he is an experienced journalist in these matters. Two, because he has said he's an old man of the clan. But most importantly, because he set his own question. Would you fail? He turned around the question that had been given to him, and then he said he would set his own. Let's clap for him for doing that. Andrew, thank you very much. It's unfortunate, though, that when we come to the plenary moment, you will not be around to field questions, but I guess there will be a way we shall have these interactions go on. Thank you for your amazing presentation. Allow me recognize the presence of Dr. Muhumu Zafred, a senior lecturer of economics at Makerere University, and he has been so many things, teaching, lecturing, and sharing his knowledge on many Ugandan media platforms, and we thank you so much for being here. Allow me to recognize the presence of the Honorary Consul of Colombia to Uganda, G.N. Mohana Rao. Thank you very much for coming and for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now invite the Commissioner in charge of Equity and Rights in the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Mr. Mujuni Makuba Bernard, to come and give us a presentation. Bernard, you're most welcome. You have a presentation, can you do it from there? You could have been there.
Thank you so much, moderator, for the job well done. Now, unlike most of the presentations, my apprenticeship is so much into the hard written paper or presentation. My name is Bernard Mujuni. I work as Commissioner for Equity and Rights in the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. I am also a social capital specialist, and my role is to help foundations, philanthropists, partners, businesses, corporations to invest responsibly and equitably and inclusively in their corporate social responsibilities. And that helps to create more jobs, a more inclusive society, and decent employment. Now, I know there's a lot of protocol here, but you allow me to say all the protocol observed. But also thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Now, Secretariat? Yeah, thank you so much. My paper is arranged in different sections, and it touches on, of course, the background, introduction, and the social capital, and diversity. How do you make responsible business? How do you make sure that we tap into the social capital dividend in this country? And this is one of the pictures that reflects how creative our young population is. And I'm going to talk about statistics and look at 69% of this country, Uganda is the second youngest country in the whole world. And that presents a generational dividend, which we need to look at in terms of businesses and entrepreneurship. It also looks at the landscape in terms of opportunities that are presented, looking at different diversities, women, youth, people with disabilities, the older persons, because they are also enterprising, they have a lot of capital, they own properties, assets, and also, and look at the statistics that have showed Uganda as the most enterprising country, you know, in terms of entrepreneurship. But then there's a challenge with the startup living up to their first or fifth birthday. Secretariat, if you can expand on the, because the words are really small. Yes, and it arises from a very, very fundamental question that looks at what happens, why young people's businesses not living up to the second, third, or fifth birthday, and also looking at what can be done in order to make sure that we make responsible businesses, invest where it makes impact, but also much more looking at the challenges that if we invest in the social capital, then we solve the issue of unemployment. And because social capital is the easiest form of capital that is available to this economy, it's another fifth form of capital other than, labor, land, technology, machinery, the way we know our economics. But social capital is the easiest form that can turn into economic empowerment, that can turn into business with minimal investment. And this image is showing an eagle, however daring it is, does not kill its prey from the sky. And it's the best everywhere. In the sky, it is the champion. It has a sharp eye. But to kill its prey, it must bring it down on the ground. And the ground is not the best for it, but it, as a matter of strategy. So you can be doing a lot of businesses and all that, but where do you make impact from? It's just one area where you think you can create. And the emphasis is that social capital is the best that we can leverage on in our businesses. And this has happened very many times because you find people in different circles, in Niginas, in self-help, even weddings, funerals. You always call on the social capital to help you. But why can't we turn this into businesses and entrepreneurship that can last? And we are saying that the social development mandate rests squarely with the current generation. And that's the argument of the ideation. And this photo, it brings a lot of interesting contrasts in terms of either urban farming or mindset change. And we see a lot of young people going into agriculture without clear pathways. But how do we help young people to be enterprising? They have the ideas. How do they turn these ideas into action without obvious head-on collision? These days, there's what we call terraforming. You do a lot of farming, invest in farming up country, and the rest you put it on the telephone. You keep how are the cows doing? How are the gardens? Is there rain? And young people are very eager and ambitious, but they need guidance in terms of support. There is something that, can you increase on the size of the presentation? Sorry, but the argument is that okay. Exactly. The argument is there has been a revolution going on in terms of social capital. You've seen, and our own here, Doctor, I remember very well when I was still at the university, I used to never miss the goat race. Who remembers the goat race? Yes, exactly. And that is social capital. There is a lot that has come up. You've got now the carnivals, the marathons, you've got the blanket and wines, you've got the Oktoberfest, you've got, young people have leveraged and turned some of this social capital into businesses. And this is where we need to put a lot of support in order to leverage. You've seen incubation centers emerging up, social incubation, social entrepreneurship and incubation, mentoring young people to upscale their ideas into businesses while solving social problems. And this helps to leverage on decent employment. It creates jobs, tapping into the already social networks that young people and women and different diversities have to create opportunities for themselves and solve social problems that they face. And this has also helped young people to be creative. Comedy now is a big enterprise. Music events is a big enterprise. But the young people face some challenges. Could be trending, poetry, comedy, but they don't know how to turn themselves into brands. And yet they are creating content for the media, for the television, for the advertisement, for brands, breweries, soft drink and, beverages. They use them for purposes of traction, but they don't know how to brand themselves as businesses. And you've seen this emerging in the social infrastructure. And Secretariat, CASA, the nexus being that in order to solve the issue of unemployment, we need to target social enterprises. We need to leverage on the opportunities presented by these ambitious young people to help them to grow and scale. And this is the ecosystem that brings up the opportunities. There are non-profit associations, which are foundations, and I'm glad that all different people here have foundations, include the host here has a very interesting, and he's solving a big problem to do with scholarships, and we have the MasterCard foundations. They are targeted. We have Rockefeller. We have a lot of foundations, and they capitalize on the opportunities, on the challenges faced by society to create more sustainable impact. And you have NGOs. Of course, you have social enterprises. They have emerged. They are making crafts. They are into creative industry, creating content, young people making films, documentaries, running podcasts, and also community organizations focusing on social challenges. And this eases tension and creates a very good operating environment for businesses and entrepreneurship. This is the theory of change. It's a very, very connecting, looking at the opportunities. How do we target them? How do we create more impact? How do we leverage on already existing resources that we have in our different enterprises to make sure that we are inclusive when we do corporate social responsibility? Yes, it is also looking at the comparative advantage Uganda has over its neighbors in terms of geopolitical setup. Uganda is a warm country. We have a warm culture, welcoming culture. We have the best environment. We have over 56 lakes, I think 44 or 46 rivers. We are food secure. I mean, wherever you put a seed, somehow it germinates for one reason or the other, without you applying any fertilizer. And this is leverage which we need to position ourselves on, and leverage on investing responsibly, but also creating maximum social impact and creating decent jobs and employment. I think the idea is that yes, you can create jobs, but what kind of jobs are you creating? And the best jobs can be if you help the young people or the women or the people with disabilities to create their own enterprises by guiding and mentoring them. You see, apprenticeship is very, very important. And all of us have looked at someone either silently or secretly, admired them and tried to copy their ways of doing, without probably even informing them. But our entrepreneurs and business people here do not have the culture of mentoring young people. Because, yes, you don't have time. there are no incubation centers. In Europe and everywhere, town councils, cities, municipalities have centers, incubation centers. They have workspaces where young people can come and idealize, and businesses are just like any other human being. They need tendering, they need care, they need a hospital where they can be born, and then they can grow up as responsible enterprises, and not the Njaulo businesses, 1 + 1 = 5, and you add up and move on. No, 1 + 1 = 2, and you have to move systematically. And this is what we say, that if you create responsible businesses, then they can scale up and solve bigger challenges. And this we talked about. Another form of capital, young people, people with diversities, the people with disabilities, the women, all they need is that environment where you can support them. Even knowing that, telling them how to move on and take the risks and adventure is everything they need. That kind of support. This is if you're not careful, it can be very confusing, even to the presenter, but it is the problem tree. The causes of the problem, it has analytical, how is one problem leading to the other and creating the paralysis, as they say, of analysis, You overanalyze, you create a paralysis, But that within this ecosystem, you can easily analyze what causes unemployment, how can we solve unemployment by looking at different root causes, and how can we leverage on already the capital, social capital dividend that is existing in this country. And therefore, what needs to be done? There are some ambitious figures here on creating social enterprises. You can, by the way, it can be, I looked at Y Combinator and how businesses, entrepreneurs and business people create incubation centers, equity funding, social enterprises, and they keep investing a minimal fee in small and medium enterprises. And at the end, you own up over 10,000. But the basic item is that they are borrowing from your practices in terms of governance, in terms of, accountability, business practices, ethics, integrity, but you give them the strength to leverage on, because some of them, it's a matter of indiscipline. Most small and medium enterprises collapse because of indiscipline. Just one supply and you get some little money, you start buying a V8. Because you don't have a mentor tell you that, the biggest car is not your biggest strategic goal. And all they need is that if they are linked up to one mentorship incubation center, then they won't go astray. The target is that if we created like 10,000 or 100,000 social enterprises, and this can be easily done because it is self-multiplying. You create up a nexus and then you leave it to leverage on creating more opportunities. And this can create more jobs, decent jobs, lead to the growth of social enterprises and solve more problems, but also create more opportunities for young people. I know it's a lot that we can do, including mapping areas for impact. Where do we put resources? How can we leverage on already existing infrastructure, social infrastructure, policies that have come up? You've seen PDM, Polish Development Model. It's creating a lot of opportunities, but young people need to be prepared still. There's going to be 365 billion Ugandan shillings going to the youth, to the women, people with disabilities at village level. But there's need for mindset change, because then they will get it and buy, liabilities. They will go buying borders. They will go, fulfilling their dreams if we don't create a positive mindset change. But then social entrepreneurship and social investment could tap into this by creating foundations, by upscaling incubation centers, and tap into this available resource and help young people to leverage and be responsible citizens, and also create more decent jobs. Yes, this almost last slide is a manifestation of rocking the boat, and I'm glad we are near the lake. I think my presentation is tending towards this resort, wonderful resort, because even then there are boats down there, but probably not canoes. Rocking the boat, it's a role everyone has to play. All of us must participate in creating probably decent jobs in a way that can help to upscale solving social problems and challenges and creating more jobs impactfully. As the president said, if we rid ourselves of negative thinking, we can get on creating unlimited opportunities for the future we want. And that was in 1986, one of the first speeches, those who are very young to remember, 1986 speeches by none other than H.E., His Excellency Yoweri K. Museveni. That was 1986. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard Mujuni from the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him another clap for a job well done. Allow me take this opportunity to recognize the presence of the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Trade and Industry, Madame Geraldine Sally. She is here with us. You're most welcome. I also want to recognize and appreciate a number of partners. We have the New Vision, and I've already seen one of their senior managers, Helen Muchibi, in the room. Please stand up for recognition. And all the representatives from the Vision Group. We have Urban Television. We have, I saw there is Bouquet Day as well. Thank you very much for being part of this organization. We also have the NBS Television, and one of their senior managers, Dalton, is in the room. Kindly stand up on behalf of the NBS or the Next Media family. We have the Uganda's Little Hands Go Green as part of the partners, and Joseph Masembe representing that organization, the Go Green, and he said he's going to ensure that each of you gets you know, a seedling to plant in order to make Uganda green. We have PregTech Communications as one of the partners. PregTech is their representative in the house. PregTech right there. Thank you very much. We have Energy Utilities Efficiency also being one of the partners for this. Someone asked me that I thought I came without taking breakfast because they said it's a breakfast meeting. So it's only befitting that we now break to catch something, and then we come back with more presentations. So I don't know how many minutes we can do it, but breakfast is ready, and I need to find out, girls, how do we do it? Can we all converge at the tables, the serving tables, or? Okay, I've been advised by my boss here, Giles, that people can keep picking tea and come back, and we continue with the discussions. Having said that, allow me now take this honor to invite Councillor Ellison Karuhanga, who is going to moderate the next panel on oil and gas. And he will be, I'll give him the privilege to invite his panelists to the discussion. So, Councillor Ellison, you're most welcome. We recognize you as well. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, and energize Councillor Ellison to take up the mantle for the next panel. You're most welcome.
Thank you, Charles. Greetings to everybody who is here, and to everybody who is watching us, wherever they are watching us from. It is my honor and privilege to be here. Greetings, Dr. Sudhir, of course, and the rest all protocol observed. I see there's a lot of protocol to observe. We are going to have a very quick presentation on oil and gas from, we have got two panelists, Mr. Peter Mulisa. Peter, if you could please come up. Peter is the head of, is the word head or director of legal, corporate, and company secretary as well of the Uganda National Oil Company. Now, the Uganda National Oil Company is the private sector, is the public sector in the private sector. It is the government's company to do government business in oil and gas. And that is upstream, midstream, and downstream. So just for clarification, upstream is exploration of oil wells and development of the oil wells, so that oil can come from the bottom of the ground to the center, from the center of the earth to the top of the ground. Midstream is the refining, the transportation, the bulk storage. And downstream are our generators, our petrol stations, and whatever else we use, are us, the end consumer. The Uganda National Oil Company will be participating in all the three sectors of the petroleum value chain. So it's going to be an integrated company. I see Richard Biargaba from NSSF. I want to inform you that in a very short time, this company will be bigger than NSSF. So I can guarantee you that in a very, very short time, before you know it, these guys will be trading in hundreds of thousands of barrels of oil per day. And after a year or two, they will be the ones investing in NSSF. So NSSF, if the smart money, you should look for Mr. Mulisa and see. We also have Daniel Bwambale. Daniel, please come forward. Daniel is actually his worship, Daniel Bwambale. He is, I don't know, many of you are not lawyers, but every single legal authority that exists in this country, we get them from him. All of them, every last one. There's a thing we call ULII, Uganda Law Information Institute, ULI. If you're looking for a case, let's say you're looking for a case in which a bank, a huge bank, maybe a regulator was defeated, you'll find it with Daniel. He is also very knowledgeable about this sector, has written widely on it. He has a very, very deep understanding. We were expecting Mr. Kakembo, but I don't see him here. So we'll be good to go as it is. The purpose of this panel is to just have a discussion. And I think I'll start with you, Peter. If you could just roughly take us through. One of the things which we all read about is the East African crude oil pipeline.
Maybe you can tell us about this project, why it is important to Uganda, what it's about, how it fits within the value chain, and then I think, Daniel, you could go after him on the same question. I will conduct the panel from here. Oh, you have some slides. So Peter, do you have slides as well? Peter has some slides, so maybe Peter, you could just run through a quick presentation of the slides. Can someone put the slides up? Please help us with the slides.
So, I guess all protocol observed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'll take probably 10 minutes running through the slides if the technical team could help. But as they put them up, I'll speak briefly about the oil and gas sector in Uganda. I will assume you know a lot about it, but still bring in the basics. So Uganda discovered 6.5 billion barrels of crude in the ground. That is confirmed to exist. Great. So 6.5 billion barrels of crude in the ground around Lake Albert in 3 blocks. And of that 6.5 billion, based on the technology that is available today, we can only recover 1.4 billion to 1.7 billion. And in terms of commercialization, two avenues. One is to construct a pipeline to export part of it through the port of Tanga in Tanzania to the international market. The second avenue is to refine 60,000 barrels of what we produce daily in country to meet our petroleum products needs in Uganda. We currently consume about 6.5 million liters per day. And that is equivalent to roughly 35,000 barrels of crude oil per day. And annually, as a country, we spend about $1.4 billion on just importation of petroleum products. So when we refine here, and when we refine, we'll be able to meet at least 90% of our products here, requirements. We'll be able to save nearly $1.2 billion in what we spend to import. So that's a big advantage for the economy. But we'll also be able to produce other products that go into petrochemicals, and then we can produce, we can have an industrialization structure around the refinery, which will also support us in import substitution for the petrochemicals that we import. We'll also be able to produce fertilizers around the refinery, and we'll stop importing most of the fertilizers that we bring. So the oil and gas industry in many ways links to other sectors and supports other sectors in Uganda, including the big sector that is agriculture. So that is in brief what we are doing, the broad elements of what the oil and gas sector is about. The project in the eye of the storm recently has been the East African crude oil pipeline. And that's what I was asked to speak about, focusing on environmental concerns around the East African crude oil pipeline. The slides are not up, but I don't want to take, great, I see them there. So I'll focus on what we've done in the East African crude oil pipeline to deal with climate and environmental matters. I think it's important for everybody to understand that this project has been structured to survive and coexist with nature in a manner that is sustainable. That's the outline of what I'm going to talk about. And I'll look at it from certain elements. of how the route was selected, first of all. It took us 3 years or thereabout to firmly agree on a route that this pipeline would take. And part of the considerations was the footprint it would have in relation to biodiversity and sensitive ecosystems. And so in picking the final route, that is Uganda to Tanzania, we noticed that that route gave us the very limited footprint within the protected areas. And indeed, when you look at the map, which I'm about to show you, you will note that we have avoided all Ramsar sites. We have very ecologically sensitive, internationally recognized sites. And we have also avoided major rivers. We have avoided all protected areas. Our footprint in the protected areas is about 8% of the total land mass that is available. And where we pass through protected areas, we've designed the pipeline to go by the edges of the protected areas that are largely under cultivation by people. So that is one element in ensuring that the pipeline does not have a significant footprint in the ecosystems and protected areas. The second element related to how we have designed the pipeline. Now, in the design for the pipeline, we looked at many things to ensure that it is absolutely safe for the environment. The first one is that it is going to be buried. So it will be underground, and the topsoil will be restored and vegetation restored. So unless you know the coordinates, you will probably not be able to tell where it passes. And so on top of the pipeline, once vegetation is restored, people can have light activity in that area. So those who have goats and cows can graze, light farming can be done. And so that helps us not to have a pipeline over the ground that attracts all sorts of activities, including trying to open it up. The second element is that we have created block valves at a 20-kilometer interval of the whole line of the pipeline. The intention of these is that in case there is an issue with a certain segment of the pipeline, we can close these valves and isolate that particular part that has an issue. So for every 20 kilometers, we have a block valve, and that is the intention. Where we cross swamps, we have block valves on one side of the swamp and the other side of the swamp. And so it is with where we cross rivers. In relation to major rivers, and we encounter two, we encounter Kagera and another river in Tanzania, we have deployed technology called horizontal directional drilling. What it basically means is that you drill from one end of the river, go under the riverbed, you have no contact with the water and the river, and exit on the other side, and then you pull the pipe through that hole. So that pipe will have no contact with the water. And that directional drilling is known technology that we have deployed in the Graben. So it's well tested and it will be utilized. We have a connection to the fiber optic system, SECOM, in Tanzania. And we'll be able to have a connection through the pipe up to the Ugandan side. The intention is to ensure that we are able to monitor every element of the pipe across its journey. And we'll be able to detect vibrations, we'll be able to detect seismic activity, we'll be able to detect if somebody is trying to dig in, we'll be able to detect it, and we have very quick response mechanisms. And all these are to ensure that there is no damage to the pipeline. But we'll also be able to detect if there is a spill at a certain segment of the pipeline. We've done everything to ensure that doesn't happen, but in the unlikely event, very unlikely event, we have a quick detection mechanism using this technology, using this fiber optic capability. And the interesting bit is that we have agreed with the pipeline company because we want to use all of it. So we'll be able to hand to NITA from Kabale, and they can connect it to the national backbone. So it will be very useful for our internet usage. I believe at some point, Hoima will have better internet than Kampala, internet connectivity. And we'll hand it to the NITA-U for free. Moving on to the next, I think that's the map that I wanted to take you through. The red spots are the Ramsar sites, as known in Uganda. And you can see how the route has avoided all those Ramsar sites. You can also see how we have avoided protected areas. We have avoided Lake Victoria. And the only elements that we cross are on the Ugandan side, about 5 rivers. Really, other than Katonga and Kafu, the others are big swamps. And we have structured technology to ensure that we do not impact those. The 2 rivers, major rivers that we interface with, Kagera and the other, we are going to use horizontal directional drilling to avoid any impact. So as you can see, the route was carefully chosen to avoid impact on biodiversity. Now that's the design of the pipeline. It has coating that ensures it does not emit the heat that is within the pipeline, because we heat it to make sure that the crude flows. But it has, the coating ensures that that heat is retained within the pipe and does not exit to affect nature. It's more like a thermos flask. You have hot objects inside, but when you touch it outside, it's not hot. So that installation helps to do that. You'll see it's buried and will restore the vegetation. If you look at the lower side of the right part of that slide, you'll see how vegetation will be restored, and you won't be able to know that the pipeline actually passes through a particular area. And that is basically the design. So the design was carefully structured, cost a little bit more than if we had not taken care, but it was carefully structured to ensure that environment is taken care of. During the construction phase, there are certain elements that we need to deal with, and to ensure we do not have pollution, to ensure that there is biodiversity management, and we have all these plans to ensure that during construction phase itself, we manage elements of pollution from cutting the ground, from compacting, from all these civil works that we are going to have to do starting next year. During operation, we've taken care of ensuring that we get, in our initial plan, we intended to burn crude oil to generate power to heat the pipeline. But we realized that that would be a problem to the environment. So what we've done now is we are going to construct, to have 5 solar farms to ensure that we generate solar to power 80% of the pipeline. Now, in terms of cost for us as investors, that has increased our capital expenditure by $120 million. But it is good for nature, and we are happy to incur that money to ensure that environment is well taken care of. So those solar farms will generate power for 80% of the pipeline. The other 20% is going to be imported from the grid. And as you know, the Uganda national grid is 80% hydro, which is green. So in essence, the pipeline is using power from green sources entirely. The other elements that we have done, you know, in Uganda, we do not have flaring. So when crude is produced, it comes with gas, associated gas, and you must separate the two. In other countries, the gas that is separated from the crude is burnt, is flared, which creates pollution, and that contributes about 15% of upstream pollution. In Uganda, we have made that illegal. So that gas will be separated and will be used to produce LPG for cooking. Now, you might know that in Uganda, the biggest contributor to our pollution as a country is forest burning and use of firewood and charcoal. Now, the plan that the government has is that associated gas will produce LPG, which will be distributed to Ugandans at a very affordable fee. And that will, we believe, will set the stage for us to initiate a law to limit use of charcoal and firewood. Because today we can't do it without a reasonable alternative. So that is what will help us in operation. I talked about an excellent detection mechanism of anything on this pipeline. And I was having a conversation with a friend in South Africa. They have a pipeline, and they fly a helicopter over the pipeline 3 times a week to detect anything happening on that pipeline. That's definitely not an efficient way to detect anything happening on a pipeline. So what we've done is that we've invested in this fiber optic cable to ensure that we have real-time detection at every point of the pipeline to ensure that there is nothing that we can't detect that is happening on the pipeline. So that is very useful in ensuring that nothing happens. We've also limited over-the-ground facilities, so the visibility of this pipeline is very limited. And it operates without this visibility, which generally usually attracts people to want to puncture it, and like we see in Nigeria. If it's not visible, then you limit these temptations. The climate action plan. So it's very important. We cannot deny the impact of climate change. We cannot deny the fact that climate change is real and is happening, and the science confirms it. So we must be responsive to climate change, even as we develop our projects. We also acknowledge that fossil fuels do contribute a significant number in greenhouse gas emissions. So what we have done as a project is that through use of green energy in powering the project, through design, through the others, we have one of the lowest emitting projects in the world, and I'm happy to say that as a Ugandan, if not the best in the world. Our emission per barrel, and I'm looking at upstream and midstream, which we call Scope 1 and Scope 2, is 10.6 kilograms of carbon dioxide per barrel. The world average is 33.3 kilograms of carbon dioxide per barrel. And this is significant because the only way we can develop projects that are fossil fuels today is by ensuring that they are absolutely low on carbon emissions, and we create sustainable mechanisms around that to make them as much as possible carbon neutral. So our project is structured because of the activities we have undertaken, the costs that we have incurred, to be among the lowest emitters in the world, if not the lowest. Saudi Arabia states that its carbon emission is 10 kilograms per barrel. So that would be slightly lower than ours, but ours is still among the best, if not the best, in the world. We have an energy transition agenda in Uganda and in Tanzania. We have submitted our national determined commitments as countries, and these projects fit within our energy transition agenda. And our energy transition agenda, first of all, requires that we deal with energy poverty in Uganda and in Tanzania. And these projects are helping us to deal, first of all, with energy poverty in Uganda by eliminating use of biomass and substituting it with liquefied petroleum gas. So the projects are very well within our energy transition agenda as East Africa. We must also recognize that Uganda as a country is net zero in emissions. We emit so little as a country, probably about 0.014% of the global. Africa in total emits 3.8% or thereabout of the global. So we are a very low emitter. And if you look at our offsets and our carbon sinks, as a country, we are neutral. So we are developing these projects in an environment that is near carbon neutral. And that supports the argument for us to develop these assets, even within the climate requirements that we have to meet from COP21 in Paris. We have, as partners, individual climate response agenda. And as Uganda National Company, we intend to plant 40 million trees to ensure
UBC, inspiring Uganda.
One-on-one with Michael Jordan Lukomwa.
A weekly face-to-face conversation focusing on accountability, inspiration, information, and sensitization of the public from the various sources, such as inspirational profiles.
Having a disability is not inability.
Professional guidance.
There is no special antiretroviral therapy that is given specifically for discordant couples.
And of course, politics.
Don't you see anywhere that you would give a credit in the fight against COVID?
My role as the owner of the country is not to, be preoccupied by giving credit to my servant.
We have said that if we are to talk to General Museveni, there must be certain conditions in place.
Is it true that you paid 5 million shillings to MPs that voted for Anita Monga and Tayebo?
That is laughable. Why would we pay when we have nominated them as SEC?
Every party has been represented in Uganda's parliament for 10 years. We only by one MP, you yourself and my daughter, Susan.
Every Friday 9 p.m. it's One-on-One with Michael Jordan Lukomwa on UBC TV, inspiring Uganda.
UBC.
The European Union Parliament, concerns by activists. Why is there a problem?
Thank you, Elson, and certainly Mzee Peter Mlisa has done an excellent job getting us through the key facts and figures. The problem is conflating the political. First was environmental, that's what they say, which was a lie. Certainly, as we have exposed as a country, the environmental and social impact assessment for ECOP was particularly very well audited, including by the government of the Netherlands. So you wouldn't say there's a problem with any aspect of that ESIA. Two, under the Equator Principles, our bankers are bound by certain rules on the economic and social governance and all that goes with it. None of them has complained about ECOP. So I think, Ellison, the short of it is, this is more likely political than environmental. The thought of this country getting to energy sufficiency scares some people, but also the thought of a group of people that has been known to be very sovereign-minded and independent-minded scares some in that field. For instance, you know that just a week ago, Zambia and Namibia signed the Zambia to Walvis Bay pipeline, 2,000 kilometers. I don't think of a more ecologically sensitive zone in the world than the Walvis Bay area of Namibia, which is 99% desert really. 2 days ago, President Ruto was in Tanzania for a 600-kilometer pipeline from Dar es Salaam to Kenya. You've not heard any noise about it, but it's something like a 1,447-kilometer pipeline that makes people's emotions go haywire. So it's not environmental, certainly, that's out. We have proved that. It's basically more political than environmental, I would say. Why would it be political? I think you have to go back to who leads this country, what their aims are, the integration bit, the energy sufficiency bit, because it's not just ECOP. We have probably more than any other African country pre-invested in making communities better, 1,000 kilometers of paved road in Bunyoro, an airport worth $350 million in Bunyoro. We have the Kampala storage terminal, 300 acres of it acquired in Wiyala. We have 99% of the project affected persons, probably for Kingfisher, fully resettled and compensated. And I think for Tilenga, almost 80%, 88%. So which other project in Africa can you think of, and you're a good history buff, so which one can you tell me has pre-invested this much, billions of dollars, before it takes place? The laws are solid. He has just talked about the illegality of flaring. This was under a law. So it has to be something else other than the law, other than the environment.
Thank you very much. I think you've all heard that. I don't know how much time you guys have, but I intend to keep you here for as long as possible. I can see Madame Geraldine Sali is enjoying your presentation very seriously. So I intend to keep you here as long as possible. So, Peter, maybe you could, I mean, we've talked about, Daniel has broken down for us quite well, actually, the geopolitical significance of these projects. But if you could just break down for us what they mean. What's Tilenga? What is Kingfisher? What are we likely to get from them? Just if you could give us a bird's eye view of the project so that we are all on the same page. Now, why this is important is because we need to understand these projects properly. Like I told Mr. Biarugama a few minutes ago, you are likely to become a much bigger company than him. And that will also be the next question I'll ask Daniel as well. Where's the money? But maybe you first give us the project outline.
Thank you, Edison. So Tilenga, I think Edison did a good job explaining the difference between upstream, midstream, and downstream. So I would assume that we have got that right. So in the upstream, we have two projects. Tilenga, that sits in two districts of Noya and Bulisa. It has two exploration or development areas, blocks, two PSAs, and it will produce 190,000 barrels of crude oil per day when it starts production in 2025. It is owned by the government of Uganda, Total, Sinuk, and UNOC in varying percentages of interest. But on behalf of that ownership, Total operates Tilenga on all our behalf. And it's going to have a central processing facility in Bulisa. The central processing facility is an industrial zone that basically cleans the crude oil when it is produced, separates gas, removes water, removes all the dirt that come with the crude. So then you have the isolated clean crude oil ready for industrial use, either transportation for marketing in Tanga or for refining. That central processing facility is going to be in Bulisa on a 6 square kilometer piece of land that was acquired and that is under construction. On the lower part of the lake, we have Kingfisher, which is another field. Most of these fields are named after birds, after animals in the area. Tilenga is a combination of teal, which is the kob in Acholi, and Engabi, which is a name for the same animal in Rugungu and Runyoro. So together it becomes Tilenga. In the south we have Kingfisher because that bird does have habitats there. And the facility is equally owned by the government of Uganda, Total, Sinuk and UNOC. And it will produce 40,000 barrels of crude per day. It also has a central processing facility in the same area. And those two facilities will produce crude that will be transported to a place called Kabale in Hoima, and will be the gathering point for all this crude. And from that point in Kabale, the East African crude oil pipeline commences its journey to Tanga, taking about 190, 180,000 barrels per day, while the 60,000 barrels per day will be put into the refinery that will be located in the same area in Hoima. I think in brief, those are the projects that we are looking at. But in terms of value, I wanted to say that the production sharing agreements that Uganda negotiated in 2001 and 2004 do give it a very huge, big percentage of each barrel produced, upwards of 70%. IMF in its report calculated 76%, but we say upwards of 70% because of the structures based on volume, the sharing is based on volume produced. So that directly will give the government of Uganda revenue from its share of crude oil of upwards of $2 billion per year. That's a significant shot in the arm for a state like Uganda that has to invest heavily in infrastructure to make sure that we connect all our borders so that our people can produce and move their products easily to the market. Thank you, Elson.
Daniel?
Elson, you asked where's the money?
Where is the money?
We are seeing the money here, Mzesud here, Richard Biarugaba. But to be more honest, the NSSF, which is the largest pension fund in East Africa, has slightly close to $5 billion, I think, as of this morning. Our pipeline alone needs close to $4 billion. Our refinery will need a minimum of 3.54. So, as we speak, on your phones, in your pockets, and at the ATM, what we call broad money supply, M2, we have close to $6.5 billion. So if we told every Ugandan, stop eating today, give us a little of your money, 10%, would get only $600 million. And trust me, that would cause the liquidity crisis, would no longer come to Munyonyo for birthday parties because we have invested that money. So as a market, we still have an issue of where to raise capital from. But the September 22nd letter of Total Energy's CEO to the European Parliament, where he complained of lack of due process, the use of inexactitudes and factoids, instead of consulting with the key players in this ECOP and oil and gas development in Uganda, and reaching a resolution without facts, and then trying to invite him for a first saving 8 minutes to talk about the real facts, was telling. The CEO of Total Energies has been clear that the money is in the world. The Americans are bullish about it. The Japanese are bullish about it. Jamie Dimon CEO of JP Morgan, just told Representative Rashida Tlaib that it is wrong not to invest in fossil fuels. It would be the road to hell for the Americans, or America for that matter. Yesterday, we were reading the BBC saying 900 licenses are supposed to be given out very soon. So I'm not scared about where the money is. The money is there. But for the longest time, we hadn't told our story from the Ugandan perspective. What are we doing? Are these falsehoods by the European Parliament and activists who have never even been to, some who haven't been here, the truth or not? So in a way, there's a silver lining to every cloud, and this has allowed us push more aggressively in making Ugandans, first of all, who are the key market for us for this project, know what is at stake, know the facts about our environment and social safeguards concerning all these projects. So I would believe we have the money. Richard Vyarugava can give us money. The rich people like Mzee Sud here can give us money. If we structured, for instance, a petroleum bond and put it on the market for Ugandans, I'm sure we could raise anything between $300 million to $1 billion. Dr. Muhumuza knows that better. Richard could invest in a refinery. The Kampala storage terminal, for me, if I was NSSF, would be my key target. I buy in. I know that for the next 50 years, my workers are sorted. Because there's so much we need as a country. We have 129,000 kilometers of road, of which only about 8,885 are paved. So we still need 120,000 kilometers to be paved. We need bitumen from the refinery for the next 20 plus years. Even if this was the only market, it would be profitable. So we can get money from the capital markets, from the provident funds in East Africa. Equity Bank set aside $2 billion. Standard Bank of South Africa and Stanbic Uganda. I've read somewhere in the CEO magazine that their CEO talked about $1 billion set aside for oil and gas activities. So the money is there, but we need to make the bankers comfortable with what we know is a very good project by putting the right information more aggressively or more assertively.
I think we are still here, guys. I'm going to keep you there for a long time until I'm chased away from here. But, Peter, the next question is yours. We've heard from Daniel the project prospectivity, why it's attractive and what we need to do. We've seen people saying that banks are pulling out, that insurers are pulling out, that the project is starved of credit and capital. As a project promoter, is our project being shunned, especially in light of what we heard recently from the European Union Parliament? Of course, as everyone knows, some of the things which they said were not true. That one we accept. I saw a map of rivers from one of the MPs there. These rivers were so many, but they were the most disciplined rivers. They don't cross a border. All of them respected the territorial integrity of Uganda and Tanzania. They don't cross. So it was just a joke. But, as in, I'm not saying a joke. He was a joke. But the question is, are those jokers stopping us from getting money?
Thank you, Edison. And the short answer is no, but I will explain why. So for Telenga and Kingfisher, the funding is corporate financing. So Total, Sinuk, the promoters, and holders of participating interest in these two projects are funding them off their balance sheet. So we have no market funding requirements for Telenga and Kingfisher. So I can say those are 100% fully funded. For East African Crude Oil Pipeline, which is organized as a company with a capex funding of 60 date and 40 equity, so 60-40 ratio. That has had to go to the market for project financing. We started this process 2 years ago. We approached about 66 institutions, the usual structure, ECAs, DFIs, commercial banks, and the like. And most of them indicated interest. So for those that indicated interest, we sent out a term sheet. And 100% of them returned the term sheet with the expression of interest on how much they would participate with. When we ran through the returns, we were 20% oversubscribed for the amount of money that we needed. And the reason we're oversubscribed is simple. It's the data I've just taken you through. The project is well thought through from all angles: technical, climate, environment, resettlement, the social aspect of the social side of things. And of course, that was exciting for us. But a lot of work happens between that point and financial close. Part of it is that these financiers send independent auditors to audit the project from its legal point of view. Does it have sufficient political risk cover in the laws and in the agreements? Two, they look at the environmental social impact assessment. Was it done according to international standards? They look at the resettlement action plan. They look at the technical structure of the project and the routing. And the huge reports were produced by these auditors, and all of them passed the project with high commendations on all these aspects of the audit. So once that was out of the way, we started negotiations of the financing terms. And I'm sure in the recent weeks you've seen certain banks come out and declare, I'm committing 100 million, I'm committing 200 million, but many more have not come out. So as I speak today, I can confidently say that we have all the money to cover the 60% of ECOP. And we should be able to have financial close before the end of this month, in which case then we hope that we'll have the first drawdown from the debt component of the CAPEX before the end of the year. But the project has been running on the equity portion of the CAPEX, and that shows the commitment, because as shareholders, we've committed and delivered our equity component of the capital expenditure, even before we have the date in place. That shows how committed we are. And in our shareholders agreement, we agreed that we should put in our equity, and we made provision for date. So that's the only project that requires date, and I can assure you that we have the date for ECOP. The refinery is the next project. We are going to discuss how it is funded. It's part of our nationally determined commitments, part of our energy transition plan as a country. We hope to take final investment decision for the refinery next year, and we'll follow the same structure as ECOP, but we are sure we'll get funding for the refinery as well.
We are still here, guys. I don't know, the organizers should just chase us when they are ready. So until they chase us, we are here. Daniel, so we've had, Peter has told us, in spite of all the noise, there is money. Correct? Now, the question, Daniel, which I want to put to you, one of the big risks people say is the world is in a transition. In a few years, there will be no need for oil and gas. If we get all this money and we throw it in these projects, and you need to answer this question carefully, because someone is listening to you very carefully. I can see one of the people with money is listening to you very carefully. If we get workers' savings of Ugandans, for example, and we put them in this project, how do we know that in 10 years, oil will still be relevant? Is there a risk in investing in fossil fuels that the world is moving away from fossil fuels?
Thank you so much, Elson. The argument has been that energy transition is the is going to be the same like we did with the telecoms in Africa. So we just skipped from 60,000 fixed telephone lines to 1 million within just a year, now to over 40 million lines in most countries. I think we should be around 30 million for Uganda. Our analysis shows that that is a fallacy based on very wrong calculations, as we can see probably from what has happened in other areas geopolitically, where other countries are switching on coal plants, they're opening new oil fields, people who are saying they shouldn't fund fossil fuels are turning around on their word. The problem of Africa is that there's even no transition. What are you transitioning from? You don't have any energy in the first place, so which energy are you going to? We're already energy starved to such an extent as to really be, if you look at space photographs, for instance, we are just a dark dot on the map. So I don't know what energy you're transitioning from to what? From darkness to darkness? To the people asking for us to transition are not pointing the torch at themselves or looking in the mirror. They want us to stop for their own good. Some idyllic garden where they can come and watch people dance for them, then go back to their countries. That shouldn't be the case. So just look at it, Ellison. We are supposed to be, by 2100, Kampala will have over 40 million people, Kampala alone. And we shall be the 16th largest city in Africa, in the world. We are not, our total fertility rate is not about to peak until around 2060 to 72. We are giving birth every day. If you take just a stroll outside Luero, the tree cover is done. If you use the Muwende route, for those of us who come from Kasese like Sudhir, that forest is no longer visible. Why? We are burning charcoal at an astronomical rate. We don't have LPG. Our people don't even know what LPG is. So for me, as an investor, if I had the money, I would know that this is going to make bank for me for even in the worst circumstances for the next 30 years. That's a generation of making money. I would not hesitate to invest in any oil and gas activity. I've already given the figures. I said, look at Uganda alone. The bitumen you need to construct 120,000 kilometers of tarmac is enough to make you invest in a refinery today. Just bitumen. We're not talking about Vaseline. We're not talking about Jet A1. Because, for instance, I've done the figures before and the calculations. If Uganda Airlines had access to Jet A1 at the same price Fly Dubai or Emirates does it, I don't think there's a single African carrier that would be beating us. And that's a fact. Because you just remove the cost of fuel from your ticket and quickly start making Ethiopian Airlines beg you for mercy. But that is a broader discussion that ties into why we need a refinery here, partly because it feeds into the national carrier, it feeds into Geoffrey's tourism. Once you have a national carrier that is active, hospitality guys, Ellison wants to build a hotel. It is just a cyclic wave of prosperity if we get this right. So for me, Ellison, to answer your question, invest much more money in oil and gas for Africa especially, because there's no end to it. Of course, the Germans could be worried because they're at the end of history. Their median age is 42 years. 42 years, meaning most of you here are younger than the most Germans. For us, our median age, I think, is even inflated, should be 18. I believe it is 11. If you get into your car when we are picking kids from school, it is impossible not to see the hordes of children along the roads. So this is something that, For those who know, it's a virgin territory, and also it is something I would put my money in and bet on it that oil and gas is lucrative for any investor in Middle Africa.
Thank you. I think we're supposed to be winding up now, but I'll end with you, Peter. One of the issues is human rights, social impact assessment, people. So I'm going to ask you two questions, if you could answer them briefly. The first one is about people. How is this project protecting our people, making sure that our people aren't being thrown away in the name of development, social protection? The second question, which is very different from that one, so I want you to just end on these two, is money. We have business people from that side of the room to that side of the room. How can we as Ugandans enter this sector, invest our money, benefit, and not lose? You know, one time people invested in oil and gas and they lost some money. How can we make sure that our people, our two sets of people, those who are socially affected and those who want to be financially infected, how can we cater for both those groups? If you could answer those two questions very quickly, then I'll give you both time to wind up. I would have kept you longer, but guys are looking too interested, so they need to look for you after. Everything after that, we shall charge for that information.
Thank you, Edison. Just if you could permit me to just quickly supplement on my brother's comment on whether we'll need oil and gas, even with energy transition, electric cars and the others. Yes, currently fossil fuels contribute about 45% of the world energy mix. And all analysis by independents, by oil companies, by governments indicate that the fossil fuels are going to continue being significant players in the world, global energy mix for the next 5 decades. But the African example, as Daniel has painted it, is different. We have energy poverty to deal with. So that's a market, a distinct market of itself. Today we have, I think, more than 680 million Africans without access to electricity, most of them in sub-Saharan Africa. That's a distinct market. But on top of that, oil and gas has certain products from the petrochemical side of things that cannot be easily substituted by renewables. So if we look at this room alone, you will see so many petrochemical products that are oil produced. And how are you going to replace them with wind, with solar? You can't. So those will increase. There is actually now technology being developed to have crude direct to petrochem without going through refining and the other channels. So that's an industry that will take a long time to replace by technology. That's on the component of oil. And there is an opportunity which is a disadvantage to economies, that there's been very limited investment in the upstream sector the last 15 years because of climate change pressures. And that basically means that supply challenges are going to happen, and we're already seeing them even before the war in Ukraine, and it will push the prices of crude oil up. We believe that we are going to average at about $75,000 per barrel in the next probably 15 years or thereabout. So it's a good area for investment in the next 4 or 5 decades. Coming to the people and how we are dealing with resettlement. So for the project affected persons and for the East African crude oil pipeline in particular, in Uganda we have 3,648 project affected persons. Of these, and if you add the 9,500, I believe 14 in Tanzania, only 4% of the total are physically displaced. That means they will have to move homes. The rest are just economically affected. So the pipeline passes through a segment of their land. We've followed the International Finance Corporation standards in resettlement of these people. As I indicated, independent auditors have audited that process and found it absolutely meeting international standards. But in terms of what we do, when the route is chosen or the area that is needed for the project is understood, We meet the people, we tell them their land will be required, and when they accept, we take them through the process of how that will be done. We value the land based on the market of that land at the point of valuation. And then we take them through literacy classes, financial literacy, open bank accounts for them. Those who do not have national IDs, who do not have letters of administration, we apply for them at our cost as a project. And then we get to the point of compensation, and we compensate them. As you understood, for Kingfisher Development Area, we have 99% completion of compensation. For Tilenga, we are at 88% completion. East African Crude Oil Pipeline, we are at 57% in Uganda. Tanzania has completed its resettlement. And in Uganda, what we have done is because we valued the land a little while back, 2018, and taking financial investment decision took a while. So we've added a 15% uplift on the values per year of delay. But on top of that, we are giving a 30% disturbance allowance on top of the commercial value of the land that has been uplifted by 15% per year. And we don't stop at that point. For when we resettle, for those who are physically displaced, some have chosen to get new houses, very nice houses. You probably have seen them in the press. And what we do is we give them 12 months livelihood restoration, where we provide food, we provide seeds to ensure that they are resettled and are able to have their first or second harvest. And at that point, we can let them move on. So most of them have been, the driving theory is that they should be in a better position, much better position than they were before they interfaced with the project. And there are hundreds of testimonies to confirm that. In terms of opportunities for the business people here, we are going to invest about $12 billion. This is real money. And the final investment decision that was declared in February basically commissioned that spend, and it has started. I believe for ECOP, the last time I checked, we had committed about $3.2 billion in contracts. That's real money out there. People are working. For Tilenga and Kingfisher, I believe we are around 6.1 billion commitment in contracts. So under those big contracts, there's going to be subcontracts at level 2, at level 3, and even those contracts will be unbundled for people to be able to participate. So that is the best place to put your money, to participate in these tenders and get the contracts and execute the contracts and earn that money. Our intention as project developers on the Ugandan side of things is to retain at the very least 40% of that money within the economy. And we can only retain it if our business people participate, win tenders, and execute the contracts. To support our local businessmen and women, we have about 16 services and goods provision ring-fenced for Ugandans. So it can only be taken by a non-Ugandan if there is no Ugandan interested or able to provide that service. In the procurement, we have created positive discrimination for Ugandans. If a Ugandan comes number 2 in a bid, there is a 5% uplift you get for free because you are Ugandan. So you can win a contract even though your financial bid is the second most competitive, because we've created this extra marks for Ugandans of 5%. And so we've created all these elements to ensure that Ugandans participate. We spend a lot of time as Uganda National Company, Petroleum Authority of Uganda, in regulating this particular aspect of ensuring that Ugandans are given advantage and they participate. Is there an opportunity for loss of money by investing? And no, because now the projects are on the go. We've taken final investment decision. We are contracting, we are constructing. There is no stopping until 2025. So if you invest now, win a bid, you are ready to earn the money and execute the project. Thank you.
I can. Now, just Daniel, we're winding up now. So closing remarks. You have, let's say you have Uganda's envoy to the UN.
Yep.
Let's say, imagine he was in front of you. He talks to all the diplomats in the world. He's also a special envoy of the president, just to be an envoy, on top of being an envoy. How would you be able to articulate for him to be able to articulate for us? Or let's say you are on UBC, which is watched all over the world. Closing remarks, how would you close the argument for this project, energy project, oil and gas for Uganda? That question is to both of you. Daniel, if you could wind up 2 minutes, and then Peter 2 minutes, and then we shall call we would have taken audience questions maybe, but they'll shoot us, these guys.
Oh, thank you, Elson. Certainly, because an envoy to the UN is more geopolitically inclined, and nowadays geoeconomically inclined. So the first thing would be to look at Middle Africa in terms of population, the kind of demographic we have. We are just about $1,040 per capita. We have a very young population. We have a high dependency ratio. We have close to $50 billion getting value, minimum value, created out of the oil and gas activities by 2042. What other argument really would anyone else whom you're talking to who is a multilateral partner have against us getting $50 billion in a project that only has a 30% CO2 emission, but what it prevents is probably by a factor of 3 or 4. We're doing some calculations. If we did LPG and converted the 80% of Ugandans who use charcoal and firewood to LPG, how much more would we be saving in terms of emission? And all that would be something our envoy to the UN would have. In addition, Ellison, let me give you a small example in hospitality. Kampala, as a city, is the only city of its size in a country that is not a failed state that has less than 10 branded international hotels. Nairobi has 88, Addis, Lagos, and Cairo should be counting over 100, and it's good for business. Muzesud here has a Speak Resort here. I have no idea why this shouldn't be at 100% occupancy once we have money in our pockets because of activities in the oil and gas fields, and why he wouldn't have built a hotel or resort on Lake Edward in Kasese to cater for us who don't like here. So branded internationals follow the money. Already, we have a JW Marriott, 400 keys, opposite Mestil, coming up. We have a Hilton coming up at Nakasero. But these are only 2. We need an Accor, we need as many as possible, because just in Entebbe, if we had delayed flights and we had 1,700 people stranded, does Entebbe town have 1,700 graded rooms? I doubt they have 300 rooms that are capable of hosting people of the caliber that want to fly out, just in Entebbe town. So these are some of the discussions we should be having as business people. As media, what is your role? Is it to regurgitate for falsehoods about your country, about a project that is super audited, that puts us in negative light? What is your role? What are you doing about this? Because the more we prosper, the more you prosper as media. As a young student, as a young lawyer, Ellison, you're aware of this. This market has an oversupply of lawyers only because we are broke. But if we are not broke as a country, there's no oversupply of anything.
Daniel, they're chasing us away.
Yo, thank you. But basically, members, ladies and gentlemen, I would think, like Peter has really reassured us, this is a project that will change our fortunes for a very long time.
Charles, let Peter finish for 1 minute, then you chase us. I can see I'm going to also hire you. I need some bailiffs. The way you redeem time.
Let him wind up. But I know Peter takes long to wind up, but it's okay for now.
Peter is well known for brevity. Huh?
I will try to be, so he's given the international aspect. I will look at the local, and I will use the numbers. So we are Uganda at 60. Our biggest investment, I think, in one project has been 1.5 or 2 billion, Karuma. Now, this project is bringing in $12 billion. I'm not counting the refinery. If I count the refinery, it's $16 billion in a GDP of 44 billion. So think about that number. Import substitution, we are looking at about $4 billion annual import substitution impact of this project. Capital formation, about $8 billion. And I'll just leave those numbers with you to think about what that can do to our GDP, what that can do to our employment requirements, what that can do to our technological transfer, what that can do to the supply chain that will be created from this industry. Think about it. A second international airport in Hoima, that if you take a direct flight to Angola, so it's about 4 hours. Angola imports and spends about $1.7 billion of food from Europe. Is that an opportunity? Yes. Gabon imports food from Europe, meat, milk. We have an airport. I will leave that to you.
Champagne we don't have. So we took more time because we're talking about more money. So thank you all very much for your patience. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you to the organizers. I think it's fair to say this project must go on. It's good to hear this project is going on. And now, may you take the pipeline back to your seats. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Councillor Ellison deserves a better clap. Councillor Ellison, thank you very much for steering a very important discussion on oil and gas, the opportunities, and what a way it ended, that this is something that must go on. This is something that must be supported. And picking from Daniel, I am more biased on repeating and the point he made about why must we regurgitate falsehoods about a nation, about our country, that we must all see grow, that we all want to benefit from. You know, leave alone all the other issues that have been said. That is something we must really keep parading to our young people and to sensitize them that it's not what wins for Uganda. What we must also underline here is there are two things. One, we are discussing business and opportunities. Two, at 60 years. That's one thing we must keep in our mind. So how do we take it forward? Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to recognize officially Mr. Byarugaba Richard, the Managing Director of the biggest moneyed sector in East Africa. Peter has threatened you that when they eventually start releasing the oil, you are going to be a baby in terms of money, with all the money that you have. Peter is talking $16 billion. That's huge. And so we need to now start thinking of the opportunities for our young people. Allow me also recognize Mr. Kahero Crispy from the Uganda Human Rights Commission. Thank you very much for finding time to come. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to invite someone to come and do curtain raising with their presentation that will usher us into the next panel. Allow me to take this honor to invite Ms. Geraldine Sally, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Trade and Industry to come and give us a presentation. After that, we will go into the panel on emerging technologies. Sally, you're most welcome. You may choose to be here or from the other side, especially if you have a presentation on. You can do from here.
I think I can do it from here. Cheers. Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The main speaker for that day, who's not here, maybe is yet to come. I might miss them. We have very big people in this room. Dr. Sudhiru Pareria. We have the Ambassador Yevare. We have government officials. We have Andrew Muhimbise, Crispy Kaheru, and most of the media fraternity who are our friends, helping us move things in the country. And then, most importantly, we have the people who are investing in us. Thank you so much, our investors. All protocols observed. My name is Geraldine Sally Busulwa. I'm the PS of Trade. My job is very simple. I'm a curtain raiser, you've heard. So the people who dance before the main acts come. So on the issue of how government is going to help Ugandans and Uganda participate in the African Free Continental Trade Area. This is something that has been running since March 2018. And Uganda has been actively participating and trying to bring everybody on board. So allow me to thank the people who have organized this. I have thoroughly enjoyed the people who are talking about export promotion and import substitution of oil. So we don't have to bring in oil from other countries, from the Platts in Asia. So then we shall be producing our own oil. So the very big understanding of what it means to be part of a very big community. The AFCFTA community, which is the whole of Africa, 55 countries, with the exception of Eritrea, is 1.5 billion market, single market. Uganda started off with 3 countries in the East African community. And that was Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. That was in 1967. If we had remained just the 3 countries, we would have today been a population of about 283 million only. And we would have just been enjoying the duty-free, quota-free arrangement of trade. But if we go and look at COMESA, which was really the previous preferential trade area, that increases the population to about 560 million market, and that is 19 countries. So we decided to take it further into AFCFTA, which is the 1.3 billion market. That's a single market. Now the idea is really decolonization in its form. We in Africa are talking about Pan-Africanism right now. Historically, we were left with geographical boundaries that really left us divided. In Congo, we just realized that they're actually selling a lot of cod palm oil. And we only realized that after the war with Ukraine and Russia. Many people were wondering why the Rolex was very expensive. Even I was being asked, I didn't know. They said, Madam, you are the PS of Trade. Why is the Rolex getting very expensive with our chapatis? The Basoga had a crisis. We all had a crisis on food. And then we started doing the digging. Then we found out from the people who produce flour and all the other ingredients that go with it, that no, Mukwano is saying that the cod palm oil which was coming in from Malaysia, Indonesia, is now very expensive because they have got to do the routes from beyond the airspaces of Russia and bring in the cod palm oil very expensively. So that is why now the food prices, it's imported inflation. And then I said, but are you saying we don't have cod palm oil? So after Congo comes into the East African community, January 2022, we then go there to negotiate. You know, we have the negotiation instruments for the trade protocols. And then they tell us they have thousands and thousands of fields of cod palm oil. Now, is it because they speak French that we didn't know they have cod palm oil next door? No, it is because Africans, we have a historical problem of not really talking to each other. We are not tapping into each other's markets. Now, this is what the AFCFTA is doing. Egypt wants milk. They have to buy their milk from Europe. Yet we have milk from Ankwale. Mr. Byarugaba, you have cattle. How is Susan the cow? This man's cows, he names them. Anyway, so I am wondering, you know, what else we can do with each other. Fertilizers. Now, next year, I will take this opportunity to let you know that we have decided we are going to hold a symposium. We shall be sponsored by private sector. We ask for your support. We want to tell Ugandans of all the real opportunities in each of the countries and exactly the trade aspects they need to consider in going into that trade. There is a lot of money and very big, huge potential markets, both at government level, at corporate level, and at individual level. The demand for fertilizers across Africa is overwhelming. If you just decide to go into fertilizer alone as a country, before you even go into the oil, before you go into all the other minerals that God has given you by nature, we would be rich. Why? We have the biggest green cover in the world. Nobody is gifted in this world than Africa, and we know that. Even the people who are threatening to pull out of our oil investments, we already have suitors who are willing to come and invest in our oil. The rest of the world has always wanted to come to Africa. You heard people saying that all the people who are flying in at the airports, you will find that they're foreigners actually boarding planes to Africa. All this gold you see in the United Kingdom that was building the shuttles and all those precious things, all that gold was got from West Africa. So time and time immemorial, when you talk about green peace and you talk about human rights and you talk about, you know, who was even taking people? Who's got the moral compass to challenge who? We have to be left alone to develop ourselves in our time as a developing country, and we have to be allowed to take those steps and develop ourselves and let them just come and support and invest in us at small rates, by the way. Anything above 1.1% would be reverse theft. Anyway, enough of the Pan-Africanism. I'm sure my friend from Makerere University Research Center will do much better job on that. So I commend the heads of state for all the countries that have taken part in African Free Continental Trade Area, because Uganda, after signing on January 2012 in our ordinary sessions, we've also signed up on all the intra-African trade and the fundamental factors on sustainable economic development. And we are more than happy to participate in the global market. Now, why we actually go down that route on the decision for boosting intra-African trade, it is opening doors for us and for our goods and services. We meet a lot of non-tariff barriers when we take our food to European countries. Most people say that our food is of poor quality, we don't meet the standards, you know, we don't meet all those things. But within Africa, our food actually meets our standards. So we have those markets. We don't have to strive to meet the European standard of a pineapple, when I can actually easily sell my pineapple from Kawempe, and I sell it to Sudan, They buy it in dollars. Congo is also buying our food and fruits in dollars. I don't have to struggle on an aeroplane, put my fruits and vegetables to Europe. I can actually sell them here. Now, my oil friends again. The camps of Tilenga and Kingfisher, if you look at the demand of the food alone, within those two camps alone, I think Tilenga is about 5,000 people, and Kingfisher is about 15,000, or the other way around, I'm not so sure, but I'm looking at the demand for food within Hoima city alone. If we were to fulfill that demand, Uganda would not have food. And nobody can argue with me on that one. Why? Because the demand for the food that is going to be required in Hoima alone, if we decide to give them food, we would only be left with about, maybe 40% supply of food. We try to work it out, and because I was trying to find out why they were getting food from Brazil, yet we have food here. So we are not even able to satisfy this demand in Uganda, just in the western camps of the oil fields. They have to go and get pineapples and melon from Brazil. So I think we can when we are talking about parish development model and boosting production, Mr. Byarugaba, you have an opportunity to boost production, the local production under the parish development model. Because you see those parish development model circles, if you encourage them to save, in addition to what government is giving them, and you host those platforms, just by doing that, just say, I'm going to host, and then monitor and evaluate because I have the robust capacity to do so, you will have done a very big favor to that, because the money would be deployed effectively where it must go. There are a lot of government facilities that have been put on the ground and are not working under the CAIP projects, about 550 equipment that is lying idle. You can actually go in and tell those people, we are going to lend you some money to make sure that your coffee hala works. And then you start saving with us. You will have to pay me some money for that, Mr. Byarugaba. So on the issue of the single market, now I want to tell you, my people, when you people send us to WTO, World Trade Organization, to go and negotiate on behalf of Uganda on the world stage, where you're saying, oh, Uganda is going to go on the global markets. The last time when we went there in May, let me tell you my story, and listen, and this is a true story. We are LDCs, and then I asked, what do I mean by LDCs? Oh, you're the least developed countries. I said, oh, okay. What does that mean? So, okay, you qualify that we can pay for your ticket to come to WTO, and also the things that you're allowed to negotiate on are really to do with e-commerce, and you're also allowed to negotiate on how we can amend the policies of the WTO to be more inclusive of the least developed countries. Can you hear that? So I got a plane with my staff. I went with just 2-3 staff. So Uganda took 3 staff. So I carried my minister, myself, and two support technical staff. One I got from the embassy locally there in Geneva, and one I carried on the plane. So they paid for us tickets to go to WTO to negotiate for our country on trade protocols. Okay. Now, on getting there, the big countries like USA, Malaysia, Singapore, we are negotiating something they call TRIPS on the intellectual property for their innovations. And they were talking about their pharmaceutical innovations, things they had done for you on COVID vaccines, you know, all these AstraZenecas. They wanted to protect their intellectual properties and rights. Now, for us, we were not allowed to even go and have a negotiation on our COVIDex. You understand? So we cannot already, by virtue of the fact, you know, Africans, you know, when you have invited your relatives from the village and you've paid for their transport, they cannot come to your house then tell you that, oh, by the way, can you just put for me on the nice plate my food? He has no leeway to negotiate how his food is going to be served where he's going to sleep or where he's going to sit while talking to you, you might as well put him outside. Because right there, he has given up his negotiation rights. It's the same thing with us, Uganda. These big countries like Japan, Korea, America, they send 300 lawyers in advance 2 weeks before and sustain them in those hotels. And they go and negotiate day in, day out until they come up with big positions for themselves. Even the people who are trading water. Now for us, they decide for us where to negotiate, and they even choose which country. They choose for you which country is going to chair for you. It means that we are on our own. The only place we have where we are king is in Africa. And where we are king in Africa, it means that the AFCFTA is the only tool we have. We are big in numbers. We are big because we have all the minerals, we have all the gold, we have all the oil, we have the bauxite. We have 10,000 billion green and God-given things to explore. We just need to be wise and united on this front. So for me, on the AFCFTA, it's just a start. We are business enablers as government. And I don't know whether I'll go to WTO on the next meeting, but you just know that that is what happens when we go, so it's a tick box. So we were allowed things like on AFCFTA, we are taking care of things like dispute resolution in those agreements and protocols that we have signed. We have trade facilitation, sanitary and phytosanitary measures, rules of origins where we do certificates issuance. And the one thing that I really want this forum to consider are things like smart trade. Smart trade is going to give us a foot in the door. Now, the people who are developing technologies and discussing technology for our ministry, for example, there are so many people contacting me about, oh, we have this software, can we come? No, we are not taking, you know when someone tells you, I'm taking, this bus is going to Kawempe, would you like to come along? No, there are specific softwares for warehousing because food security has become a very big thing. You know, people control us sometimes because we don't have food security. But we have to take interest and concern ourselves with food security and warehousing because that is where our strength will be. We should be able to determine our food and decide what we are doing with it. So anybody that is interested in softwares that are going to be monitoring silos across the country and also building silos across the country, that person is more than welcome. I would like to hear about smart trade. Then there, we can actually trade in big numbers and have food security across Africa. One of the challenges that we have when we are given orders, and I get so many orders from across the world, coffee, sim, groundnuts, all the grain that you name it. But one thing that we have failed to do is to fulfill orders. Someone says, well, no, I can give you beans. And then we say, okay, yeah, we got someone who can actually supply beans to UAE for the next 12 months that you want. And do you know what happens? The guy, after 3 months, he has run out of beans. Then they start calling. The guy even switches off his phone. Can you imagine people switch off their phones on us? He has now disappeared. He got money for 6 months. He cannot supply beans for 3 months. And then I'm saying that, you know, what's going to happen? I'm going to call you back. You know, I'm trying to trace. You know, we have network issues. Ugandans, please do not disappoint me. Don't disappoint us. Let's work together. I know the challenge about food storage. I know the challenge about making sure that we have continuity in the supply of our produce, be it green, be it, you know, whatever it is. The other thing which I really want to talk about before I leave is the fact that we can segment our production, especially on the hard products. Oh, sorry, on the smart trade, the hard infrastructure and the soft infrastructure. Yes, you're very welcome to actually give us any contacts, any tips on trade facilitation, customs matters, investments related on the touch points, on our border points, because we want to increase those as much as possible. We want to maintain the quality of our food in transit across all countries. And we want to make sure that we negotiate on flights, both cargo flights and passenger flights within Africa. You know we have a problem. It's cheaper to go to Dubai than it is to go to Abuja. You know that? Those things we must actually talk about because we have disadvantaged ourselves even on our travel. So where people are actually looking out for all these things that make it easier, ease of doing business, cost of doing business across Africa. Anybody who has suggestions, they are more than welcome to partner with us. On the issue of multi-currencies, we have also developed a Pan-African digital payment and settlement platform because it's one of the things that has been a challenge across countries, wondering, how are we going to be trading with each other if we all have different currencies? So there's a tool which is being developed to just allow all countries access so that they can see the equivalent of their money in different currencies. But also, for me, I also want them to consider barter trade because it helps. I mean, I'm not saying you bring 1 cow, I give you 5 chickens, but there's always an equivalent in each country. So if we put our efforts together, it will save our foreign currency requirements, and it will also make it easy for us to do movement of goods and services. The decorators came last year and they are now moving their services of decoration to South Sudan, across Africa. Ugandans are like the best decorators we have, but they didn't have an association, they didn't have any mechanism to transfer their services. We are trying to move our IT and innovation people across Africa, and it's very hard because the Ugandans always think they have been made to believe they are inferior, especially in technology, yet they are doing the best programs you could ever find. But because they have been preconditioned to think that they are beneath others, they think that they are not worth that much. And we need them to actually price their goods competitively on the market and not to undersell themselves. So I also just want to touch on the fact that, and I saw Honorable Mawanda here, I recognize your presence, sir. I was just keeping you the best for last. There was a committee of government that was set up to transition Uganda smoothly into the AFCFTA, the political wing, which is above us, the technical people. So your thinking and vision for us is very important because it has a membership of 9 members. So the first one is Trade, who is the chairperson. Then we have Foreign Affairs, Finance, Planning, and Economic Development. I don't know if there's anybody in the room today. Agriculture, of course. Tourism, Energy and Mineral Development, Works and Transport for the hard infrastructure, Office of the President, and the East African Community Affairs. If you see those people, you know that they're in charge of our transition on AFCFTA. But believe you me, we shall be in a better place. Then, of course, we have to develop our National Chamber of Commerce. At the moment, you all know that the National Chamber of Commerce we have at the moment is a private entity. By private, I mean it's a private company. Now, if you go to countries like Germany, the National Chamber of Commerce was set up by an act of parliament. But everybody in the industry and private businesses are expected to prescribe to this National Chamber of Commerce. Now, when you have such a private arrangement like this one, there was an attempt by our Indian brothers to form a National Chamber of Commerce in 1933, but that one didn't take off as such, and I do not know why. But we would like to resuscitate it so that it's a national organization, and then it becomes big to cover the whole of private sector. And with that, it will give us negotiation capacity within our African community. In the issue of easy access to vast regional markets, we should not have like one person producing end-to-end on the value chains. What do I mean? Boeing actually produces this aeroplane, but they're based in California, but the person doing their engine is in France, GM. The GM arm of France is the one doing the Boeing engine. If the Kira car is doing their car, someone should be able to produce the engine in Kenya, and someone should be able to give us the bauxite parts from Congo, and let everybody enjoy the value chains of each other so that we can reduce the costs of production and our goods are competitive. But when you decide to do it all yourself and then you become so expensive, it's going to be unviable for you to continue doing business. So the partnerships where everybody has a strategic advantage and competence should be recognized so that we can keep the competitiveness of our goods and services abroad good. The discussion on geopolitical aspect of trade is a bit of a sensitive subject. But the last time we went to Congo, I decided to stay in Kinshasa. When the phone call came from State House, and please don't tell anybody, they told us to go to Goma. Now, Goma has got a lot of insurgencies there, but there's a lot of money. In Goma, there's a very big population there. So our issue was to see that we can do trade safely with Goma, do trade safely with South Sudan, and we still have those challenges. So I know that if we had the security agencies here, there would be a better place to help us on the security aspect while our traders are transiting across. Well, in Africa, we have those challenges, but we still have a lot of trade going through those areas. And we have one-stop border posts in there. We have so many trade facilitations in there, but we want to reduce the time it takes to cross a border. So we are measuring turnaround times, TAT, your best, Mr. Vyarugawa. He loves TAT. What's the TAT on this one? Yes, we have TAT on our borders, and you'd be pleased to know that we have a target of 2 days to allow the big consignments to cross. Why? Because we can issue certificates of origin at production at the factory, and we can do QR codes for each vehicle to be scanned, and it will tell you the number of people in there, whether they have taken their COVID tests, so that there's little delays, and it is costing our traders less money. So that is the kind of thing we are doing with Timia, who are very good at bringing in innovations and also funding. We are relying on them as development partners. So the opportunities will be there, but we shall come for sponsorship on the symposium next year, just so that we tell our traders and our potential businessmen what opportunities there are across Africa. I know that's a different conversation. It will be not less than 50 million. Now, I will not bore you anymore, but I would like to thank UNRWA and all the other road agencies and the hard infrastructure, because movement of goods and services from the remote areas becomes very hard. So they have done about 5,968 kilometers worth of road, and that is actually helping us in movement of goods from the rural areas, and that has been a plus. So, and our financing and development partners, UDC, UDB, and all the other post banks and financial institutions to position themselves to support the trade community. So in my conclusion, I realize that the initiative, which is really meant to be Agenda 2063, which is really an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa. That agenda is very important, that the Africa we want to see is supposed to be a blueprint to achieve an inclusive and sustainable socio-economic development over the 50 years. So Agenda 2063 is what AFCFTA is about, the Africa we want to see for God and my country. Thank you for listening.
Doesn't she deserve a bigger clap, please? She ended with referring to the Africa we all want, but there is also the Uganda we want. Charity begins at home. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me, selfishly, recognize the presence of a number of members here from an organization or association we call the Uganda we want. There are many in the room. Kindly stand up for recognition. I saw Toy, Ochieno, Arina Itwerujendo, Dennis, Dalton, Joseph, Council Sandy, Dennis, Charles, Moses, there is Dr. Lazarus, and Jimmy, Giles himself, and Jomo. People are wondering how I know all of them. There is a powerful WhatsApp group in town called the Uganda We Want, and has done so many things, does incredible things. If you want to join it, talk to Jomo nicely, or to myself, because we head the team, and they have done incredible job. If you talk to the Prime Minister of Uganda, they will tell you the things that that team does. Ladies and gentlemen, I want now to move us to the next panel. The next panel is going to discuss the emerging technologies, and we are going to do, I think, about 30 to 40 minutes as I prepare, or I request the team on creative arts to start preparing immediately after that. On that panel for emerging technologies, allow me invite Mr. Byarugaba Richard to take up his seat up at the podium here. Let's clap for the team as they come, please. Let's give them energy. Sharing knowledge is no easy feat, and we need to give them the energy. We are also going to have Dr. Hatwib Mugasa, the ED of NITA Uganda. You're most welcome, Doctor. When people talk of NITA, they think that the person is huge, and but the man is big from his shoulders up. So kindly take up your seat. We will also have Mr. Vincent Agaba. Kindly come and take up your seat. We will have Dr. Novak. Novak, the man who is who works closely with the aviation sector. Novak, kindly take up your seat. You're most welcome. We also have Mr. Alex Musinguzi. Thank you very much, all of you. Emerging technologies is much talked about. Whether it is a breakthrough or it is, designing or redesigning tools to improve the market in terms of capacity, especially for opportunities for young people. So we want to find out from Richard Byarugaba what that holds for the future of work, what that means or entails for the future of work for Uganda or Uganda's young people. Go for it, sir.
Thank you so much for having me on this panel. All protocols observed. When Giles asked me to get onto this panel, he didn't tell me what the topic would be, but he said, you come with a little bit of your brain, you might be able to help out.
So did you carry it?
So let's see what we have.
Please.
No, but I think the future of work is, I think, largely been driven by the shock that all of us suffered during the COVID, because I think that for the first time in our lives, certainly in my generation and most people's generations, we were shocked into reality by the activities that happened where suddenly the whole world had come to an end, well, to a stop, sorry, and some people obviously had gone. But it's how quickly we adapted to working from home. I think that, to me, is the big deal. Having the tools to be able to do so, having the skills to be able to continue doing the business, and having even the intuition to think about what's going to happen over the next couple of times. So some of the things that we did that I'm sure will become very useful is determining that now is the time to train your people, for example, as I always say. We did a lot of training, a lot of skilling, having a lot of emotional intelligence, dealing with things like mental health. One of the biggest numbers of issues we had to deal with, surprisingly, is that people actually had, of course, marital problems, but that was not too bad. Kids' problems, all right, being confined in one area. The fact that when you let your kids go out to school, you are able then to say, let the teachers deal with it, or the parents, or whatever it is. So I think that what the future of work is, it will have to be dealing a lot with the software rather than the hardware of people. But I also think that the hardware had to be dealt with, so wellness becomes so important, making sure that people continue to be well and are able to provide their services. And I think that we need to think about the programs that will improve the health of people, the minds of people, the technology to be able to deal with your customers, the technology to be able to deal with your colleagues. The things like time management has to improve as a result of that. And of course, centrally, using technology to help you to deal with all these facets of problems I've talked about, and being able to utilize it quite well. And I think that as a nation, as individuals, as institutions, we've had to do a lot of learning in those spaces. So a lot of things are thrown out there, but basically saying, how do you put all these things together and perhaps find technology to help you in becoming better?
I will spare the questions of high-tech, deep-tech, soft-tech, whatever it is, for the likes of Dr. Hatwib. But a follow-up on what you talk about, it is going to be technology-driven and all that. How do we ensure that our people access, even just having access, because access is important before we even talk about what they can actually do in terms of affording, technology, the best in the market, the best in the world, and we are competing. There is nobody who is going to say, the US children are not going to say, let's leave this for Ugandans to first try it. How do we navigate around those complexities of access to the best technology?
I actually think that we haven't done too badly in terms of access. I think it's Geraldine and somebody else who said that we've got a lot of people who know how to do things. They just haven't been able to validate themselves. And what we've seen is that a lot of people are actually coming up with that technology themselves. So we've got the ability. I always talk about that 16-year-old, 17-year-old kid who sits in their father's bedroom and sort of comes up with the idea and codes and comes up with a great software to be able to deal with problems. So I think that regardless of what happens, when problems are created, the human spirit, and the Ugandan human spirit has been great at this, in coming up with innovation. We've been able to see that in our High Innovator program, where we are allowing young Ugandans, where we are allowing everybody that has a great idea to be able to actually put it through a pilot and then rolling it out to the world. So there is capacity in the country, there is capacity in our people, and I think that the only challenge we need to do is to tell them that there is a problem, how do you resolve it? And I think that that is available. So the issue of cost, which is what you bring up, really doesn't come into it, because if you've got the idea, then you can create, and therefore if you can create in masses, then the unit cost comes down. And I always say that wherever there is a need and a problem, there is always a solution, and that solution can be provided locally so that we don't disenfranchise the local population for some of the great things that have been done outside of the country and therefore cost a lot of money.
Thank you, thank you. Finally, for you, Mr. Byarugaba, I liked the idea you had at one time of, you know, building capacity of young people as NSSF. And I compare it with what one of our presenters, Daniel Bwambale, just talked about, the challenge of our young people using a lot of energy, negative energy, so to speak, and instead of tweeting or Facebooking or WhatsApping or creating good things, you find TikToks which are more negative than positive. And you had been at the center as the National Social Security Fund in front of coming up, empowering young people. Share with us briefly how that can be done by other organizations, like-minded you know, partners, but most especially to use the opportunities available, even using technology for positive you know, impact.
I think it starts with leadership. I think that as an organization, we determined at the leadership level that we needed to tap into the resources of our staff and also the general public. So once that is agreed at the leadership, then of course the next thing is to see how much resource can we put in there. So of course you've got to determine the resources, and the resources are not great. I mean, I told you that one of our biggest programs, the High Innovator, we pay about $20,000 for every great idea that needs to be piloted, and then we help that person, once they've piloted it, to then scale it. So of course there is resources, so put aside the resources, but I think most importantly, it's putting the message out there and saying that we as an institution, we as a fund, have one of our greatest values as innovation, and would like really to draw into the space of every Ugandan, every person who works with us, that please come up with an idea. Your idea does not matter how bad you think it is. An idea is always great. Put it out in the open. Let us explore how we can improve on it. So it's having the flexibility to listen to everything, putting the system in place to receive those ideas, having the budget to do it, and then having the leadership that actually reminds every single person that we will accept new ideas, and we believe that the new ideas should be able to solve some of our existing problems. And that's what I always say, that innovation is not about coming up with something that is totally new out of this world, because that is probably impossible. Innovation is around looking at what you are currently doing and seeing how you can improve on what you're currently doing. And that is so easy, because it allows you to then be able to deal with some of the major problems which have been around with us for a long time, but we haven't thought about them. And I'd like to only use one example on what we were able to sort out, a problem that had perennially been there at the fund. For a long time, we would receive money from our customers, our employers, and they would come in with very little detail regarding the member who this money was belonging to. So, as an example, you would receive money with Biarugaba RP. Those are my initials, but that doesn't mean that RP is Richard Patrick Biarugaba. It might be Robert Peter or Paul. So we had a lot of this money sitting in what we call a suspense account, and we were wondering how can we actually sort this one out without necessarily getting these guys in place. So through a lot of thinking and whatever, we felt that, guess what? There is something called the mobile phone number. People's mobile phone numbers will have some detail. There is also something called NIRA. NIRA register everybody. And we know that NIRA has at least most people's identities. So why don't you create a program that teaches a computer to get information from the telecalls, information from NIRA, and freely available other information, and try to see if you can do a match. It's amazing how much we're able to resolve and reduce the amount of suspense accounts. But you know, this needed somebody who was looking at this problem every single day. And to put it into perspective, we used to have about 200 individuals looking after this problem. Today we have about 6 guys who manage this process.
Are they Ugandans?
Absolutely Ugandans.
Young Ugandans.
All born in Uganda.
Good.
And out
Thank
of
you.
uni.
Let's clap for this gentleman here. He's doing a great thing already. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Richard. I need at that point to bring in Dr. Hatwib, the ED of NITAU. I like the fact that you are a technical guy, so you know about these things. You are also into the handling of the day-to-day happenings in this sector of ICT. Now, I want you to start us by telling us that, you know, this talk of expensive internet and all this rollout of internet to the whole country, that is something that we shall soon see the back of. Is that a possibility to be optimistic about?
Thank you for having me on the panel. And to answer your question, I would just like to twist it a bit, because it is a topic that is, it has been extensively discussed, but I believe there's more to it than just the cost of internet. And this also ties to what Byarugaba was discussing, the value. You build it and they will come. What value are we putting on internet? Not just the cost, but the value. So I would, instead of reducing the cost of internet and leaving it to that, can we create value out of internet in Uganda? And yes, the cost is high. We are, I believe, the highest country in East Africa in terms of cost. But if you look at the economies that have achieved digital transformation, Uganda, if you are to get I think a 20 GB unlimited service from any of the service providers, you'll be paying close to $47 per month. And I'll equate this to the US. I know the ambassador is with us. He will verify that. CenturyLink, one of the biggest service providers in the US, is $50 per month. So are we really off target? I don't think so. But someone using a CenturyLink service has more value than here in Uganda using a Uganda service provider. CenturyLink, the services, I would not want to go through all the details, but there's more value in using internet out there than here in Uganda. So we should build that value addition within our local capacity. We are talking about solutions, developing solutions locally. We should not just use internet for social media. I know that's the majority of the use cases, but even the social media sites don't value us. Facebook has about 2-point-something billion users. Uganda, we are only 3 million, or close to 3 million. But if we have an issue, and we had an issue with Facebook, they will not look at us as a problem or an issue. They will just keep quiet. But take that same example in another environment with the same numbers of users. New Zealand. New Zealand had an issue with Facebook, Facebook likes or fake likes, and they had to pay close to $1 million just for allowing a company to have fake likes on their Facebook account. Why don't we get that value built up here in Uganda? So yes, we are reducing the cost. The last announcement from our Honorable Minister, Honorable Barry Yomosi, he said we are now starting the process of reducing the cost to almost half the current price. Once we go half, we'll even be the cheapest internet in East Africa, and that process has already commenced. So we intend to announce probably in a month or so the new price, but then we'll be the cheapest internet service in Uganda and in East Africa, hopefully in Africa, I hope. But we should also build value. The example that Richard has given, that is the value add that needs to be done on the services that we deploy here in Uganda. Thank you.
Speak to us briefly about, or just share with us your thoughts and experience. You were in the US, right? Where you were applying your trade in ICT and these things, and you have rich, diverse ideas on how best to, incorporate value in the different creative things that we do with the internet. How can you advise the Ugandan young person in terms of opportunities, in terms of value that they are churning out through internet? How would you speak to that?
Yes, one thing that I usually advise them is you're at a better position than all the Mark Zuckerbergs, the Larry Page and Bill Gates. When they started, they didn't have what you have now. The technology that we have now is much advanced than what they had 20 years ago. Internet, we are celebrating our anniversary as a country. Internet is also 60 years old. In 1962, the MIT scientists were thinking of a better way to communicate in case of a nuclear storm. And that's what was thought about, and they had the concept of developing a way of communicating from one device to another device, and the internet was born. 60 years down the road. So we're as old as internet, Uganda. But the technology that has really made milestones, the social media platforms, all that, this is recent technology. But they started with, most of them started in a garage. Our young generation, I think they don't even need to be in a garage. They have at least a place to start from. It's the ideas, flourishing those ideas into reality. Never give up on your dream and have that idea of the vision of what you'd want it to be.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me first run to...
I would add that solve a problem, right? As a young person, think about all the problems we have. If you ever want to do a successful product, solve a problem. Find a way of dealing with a problem that you have every single day. That is the best way of coming up with a product. That's the best way of using technology to be able to help you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks so much, Mr. Byarugaba, for that wonderful addition. And isn't that even the actually the fundamental definition of innovation? What can solve a problem? Thank you very much for that addition. Vincent Agaba, the MD of AVATS, right? Real estate managers into insurance, you're into finance and all that. Using the new, not new, but the right word, emerging technology. It's actually good because we are talking ICT, so me, I'm using papers, which does not really define what we are discussing so well.
Thank you very much, moderator, and of course, the fellow panelists. I'm happy to be here to see Mr. Byarugaba and the rest. We have met before, but I've been in the business of real estate for 16 years, and talk about innovation. We wanted to professionalize the broker. You know, everyone now talks about my broker as my border, and so forth. So the guy who looks for you a house for rent. So we said, let's make that more professional, more better, and so forth. So now we handle projects of about 50 real estate investors in Uganda, Kampala, Jinja, Fort Portal, and we're a real estate management company. So I wanted to show you something that's clear in housing. Next slide, if you can. We have an issue in housing, and I think if anyone here is renting and those who own houses, I want to believe that maybe 20% are owning houses and 80% are renting, right? If I'm wrong, tell me. But I think all of us, we need a roof on our head. Mr. Biargawa will agree with me and all those in the industry that you cannot talk about housing without talking about urbanization. And these are numbers. Urban population in 2021 was 27% of total population. I wanted to get these figures so that we talk about technology when we know what we are dealing with. 5.43% annual rate of urbanization. It is clear, it's real. And that's why we're talking about cities now, because we realize that there is urbanization taking place. Just wait a minute, I will just be quick. You can see how is population projected to grow to 20 million in 2040, just upwards. Improved water sources at 79%. Those statistics are real, I will share them, but the point here is we cannot go away with urbanization. Let's go back to population growth, which helps me also to come to this. Next slide, sir. Total population in 2022, of course now I think that figure is above. It was 41 million, now it's above that. Now, this is a case of Kampala where we have 1.5 in Kampala and about 1.9 in Wakiso people there, and if you can estimate in the night how many we have, but those figures speak a lot. And we're talking about 3.2%, while the world average is 1.2%, Uganda's growth population. Now, why I'm bringing these figures, ladies and gentlemen, is why are we building in the following ways? The question is, again, where will these people sleep? Where will they play? And where will they conference as we are doing today? And where will they go for fun? Now, this is our methods of construction today. You can see how we are building. Is that photo familiar? And that's the next one. This is how we build. With the exception of NSSF in Lubowa and a few other projects where you have nice construction methods, but those are our construction methods. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted us to play a video where we are going as Avat Housing Limited, because we realized that we cannot keep using hands in the construction and the wheelbarrow and mixing sand. We have gone to Germany and found a technology that actually can build a house. We can ship that house to the site, install it, and be able to uninstall it when we need it. And that's where Avats we are going in the next journey. We tried to solve the problem with the broker. We have done it for 16 years. And Mr. Richard, we are going into what we call making prefab walls in the factory and be able to assemble them. And probably projects like the Temangalo, that solution can help us. Please play it. Thank you. If you can do some sound, please. Is there sound?
The low-cost house factory, in that sense, is a butterfly battery that makes it possible to create living space very fast for very little money. With the help of the butterfly battery, very high numbers can be produced in a limited space. And for that, we only need a number of mainly unskilled workers. One low-cost house unit can actually be assembled in less than 2 hours. We have done it many times under different conditions, and we are kind of very proud of it.
Finding a quick solution for the accommodation of people in need. The low-cost house can be built in just 2 hours. The houses are safe, stable, and cost-effective.
The interesting thing about the housing concept is not only the quick assembly, it's the fact that the house can be disassembled again in a very short period of time and very easy. Without destroying any of the parts, you could build a settlement, and if you really have to, take it down again, put it up somewhere else. The reason for this is a very easy to use screw connection system. Delivery, installation, and the initial startup usually takes around 6 to 8 weeks. The familiarization or basic training of the operating workers is also done during that period of time. When we receive an inquiry for a butterfly battery,
first of all, we identify the needs and requirements from the customers, and then we come up with the concept as fast as possible.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that is our story. That's what we're going to do. And we think with that, if we scale the mass, the numbers, we are able to build houses with quality, controlled environment, and so forth. What you saw in the previous, what we are doing today, imagine when it's raining and the construction is taking place. Everyone goes under the roof, waits until the rain stops, and then they continue building. Then when you have piled a heap of sand, when it rains, half of the sand is taken by running water. We cannot sustain building houses using the current methods. We need technology, and technology which is controlled, to control quality, to ensure that the public are assured of what they're buying. If we don't do that, the trust levels of the developers are going to remain low, and even the mortgage financing companies are going to be very hesitant in actually offering finances at affordable rates for those kind of products. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Vincent, for that sharing. Let me now come to Dr. Novak. You are in the business of securing aviation industry in Uganda currently, and you work with especially ICT-enabled solutions to do that. How feasible is that? Is that something that our young people in Uganda can learn from? Is it scalable? We are hearing about you and your organization doing this. How can we expand it to ensure that? Are you working with some young Ugandan people to skill them, to train them, to ensure that even once you retire, that they are capable hands that you can leave such skills into?
Well, thank you for the invitation. I've come a long way here to Uganda from Austria, this little country in the middle of Europe. I'm glad to be here. And let me first, before I go into some details, let me convey the congratulations and greetings from your president in Austria. And in a little village north of Vienna, he wrote a 10 points program which led to the constitution of Uganda. So that was our pleasure. And I'm coming from company Frequentis. We are a company specialized in the ICT. And to give you a quick answer, yes, we do engage in training and education of young people. Frequentis is a world market leader in the fail-safe communication. It's located in Austria, but is active in more than 150 countries. And what Mr. Richard said, yes, I agree fully. The owner of Frequentis, some decades ago, he had the problem to develop a fail-safe communication system, an fully electronic system. He went to the problem, he resolved it, and he built from a company of 30 people the world market leader. And the success of his activities and our activities, of course, you can see there. Frequentis is a company, we deal in the area of fail-safe communication for the aviation. This was the main title put into your agenda. We also deal with the communication of other services, other public services like public safety and search and rescue services. Coming back to Frequentis later, I just wanted to reflect a bit also on what I've heard here. I've taken some notes just not to forget anything. COVID-19 is the main topic here. COVID-19 as a pandemics and origin of a lot of troubles and a severe crisis. So I can tell you from Europe, from our side, COVID has hit Europe as it has hit the whole world. The economy has come down, the tourism has come down, unemployment has gone up, and the first time after the Second World War we really encountered shortages. So supply chains were broken, we couldn't buy medicine because it was not delivered, and after the pandemics, after this severe impact on our economy, then the next problem came in form of the Ukraine war, started by Russia. And again the prices went up, again shortages could be seen. And connected to the topic here, we also saw an additional severe crisis, not only what I've said before, the tourism and economy and so on went bad, but the prices rise sharply. The prices of energy, the prices of food, which you also encounter here in Africa. And connected to that, there is a bridge to the topic energy, because as we see a shortage of gas, you discussed the delivery of oil and gas here, Europe starts now to turn away from gas. We're really going to the substitution of gas by electricity. So the topic photovoltaic and water energy is a coming topic, and I presume it could also be a topic for you in Uganda. So let me say a few words on what Frequentis can do for Uganda and in Uganda. As you pointed out, Frequentis mainly, or not mainly, is active in the field of aviation. Aviation for Uganda is vital because of the tourism, because of the importance of the logistics of the aviation, be it persons or cargo, for the trade and for the industry. So aviation is a key factor in the development and in the further production of wealth to Uganda. And Frequentis can contribute with the safety and security for the aviation in order to promote again the tourism, in order to promote your foreign exchange with other countries, be it within Africa or outside. So aviation is clearly a key factor, and we are here to support your country to deploy the latest technology, the high technology, which was delivered by us in Europe. And, when understood, in each and any project that we do, we have a local content, we partner with local companies doing the local work, the local value creation, and in each and any project we also have the training of engineers, be it young people, be it older specialists, but we do not come and hit and run, we come and stay with the knowledge which we transfer and the training which we do together with your people here in Uganda. Apart from the aviation being a key factor for the logistics, if you talk about tourism, like in Austria, in Uganda, the share of the tourism in the gross national product is, as at least before the pandemic, was considerable, and it should come up again, I hope. So for the tourism, it's also important to arrive in Uganda and have a safe and secure stay in Uganda. In this aspect, Frequentis can contribute with our solutions for the public safety, talking about Lake Victoria. We can also contribute with safety and security on the Lake Victoria with some search and rescue solutions. So yes, frequenties can contribute in Uganda. And last but not least, in the last years, there's also in Europe and in Africa a topic which is called border management. So we see an increasing flow of people, and I must say increasing illegal flow of people, illegal trafficking of whatsoever, which is not good for Uganda and which could harm the tourism. So border management is also one of our topics, and we are ready to cooperate with the Ugandan authorities on that.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I need now to bring in PregTech. Share with us what you are doing, and I would really like the part of the opportunities to exploit more the business angle to your partnerships, your activities, and what we can pick as a way of opportunities, business opportunities.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity of having me on the panel. At PregTech, we are an ICT consultancy firm. We deal in everything IT, ranging from computer supplies to infrastructure to security, network and security solutions, digital forensic solutions, and finally software development and ICT consultancy on various projects. Yeah, particularly today I was asked to address regarding security, the security department of PregTech, and how we can address challenges in the financial sector regarding cybersecurity. Cybersecurity, for starters, is derived from two words, cyber and security. Cyber meaning the internet space, and security meaning how you protect yourself. So put it under wraps, you have how you protect yourself on the internet. Now, statistically, if you look at the financial sector, especially since the arrival of COVID-19, there has been a lot of innovation from the different players in the financial sector, banking, mobile money, and aggregators and all this. But with all this innovation comes threats. With all this innovation comes attacks from outsiders, third parties. So the question here would be, how do we protect ourselves from the emerging threats in the financial sector? If you look at the statistics from 2021, according to a report from Interpol, there were attacks valued at worth $4 million US. And of this $4 million US, 3 million was just from 10 cyber attacks. So if you spread that out equally, you have about $300,000 per attack. How do we combat this kind of nuisance, for lack of better words? Security is looked at under three main categories, or three main, may I call them, policies. We have confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So if you fall short on one of them, your systems are not secure. So in the financial sector, we are looking still at some sectors to have secure financial systems. We have many players who have to play a role in the cybersecurity for it to be complete. We have the end user, we have the organization which is being used by the end user, and third parties which may be involved in these transactions. Take, for example, a bank. If an individual is trying to withdraw money from a bank, these days the banks have made innovations where you can do that just off of an app. So if an end user wants to get money from a bank, they will go to their app, log in and push for a request, and the money is sent. But look at the parties involved in these transactions. We have the bank, we have aggregators, we have the end user. So for the money to get from the bank to the end user, it leaves the bank, goes to the aggregator, and then to the end user. So in this particular circumstance, we have three people who need to be concerned about their security. We have the user, the aggregator, and the bank. So if one of them fails to play their part, the communication is insecure. What do I mean? If the bank sends money to an aggregator, and this aggregator that they're probably integrated with has insecure systems, this money can be intercepted. If the aggregator and the bank have secure systems, and say the end user is accessing the internet through a restaurant Wi-Fi, which has another inquisitive individual, this can be intercepted. The end user will never receive their money. So, briefly, cybersecurity is something that needs to be covered on all bases, and it's a game for all to play. It's not a game for which blame can be shifted.
Are there many young people in the ICT space going into the industry of cybersecurity, learning about it, picking skills, getting exposed to the different, because my little understanding is that cybersecurity is very broad and ever-changing, because they call them the thieves, the thugs out there, or the smart guys out there. They are ahead of the game of those who are trying to control their mischief.
Well, I'll give you a yes and no answer. And what do I mean by this? Yes, in the sense that cybersecurity is an ever-evolving field. The learning never stops. So with all the innovations that keep happening day to day, there is more to be learned by the individuals in cybersecurity. So this also, on the other hand, leaves quite the gap in terms of individuals with particular skill sets. So you'll find there's a networks engineer who specializes in network security. So a networks engineer will know what happens with threats on the network, but will not know what happens in the digital, how should I call it, on the web side of things, okay. The web security side of things.
Okay.
So yeah, there's a shortfall.
Okay, any one of you who wants to make a closing statement, Burning, apart from what you had already made? I liked how Mr. Byarugaba ended and said the future in ICT is tech and moving forward, software and all that, much as you think about the hardware. Any other pointer that we could have missed? Yes, Doctor.
Yes, thank you. I think Uganda, yes, we are a developing nation, but it's a double-edged sword. We have so many opportunities to innovate from this challenge that we have. So I think this is the right time to innovate. And with the available technology, I think we can be able to expedite that innovation process. So the youth should take this chance, this opportunity to come up with solutions. As a government, we're here to support them. The example that Richard gave for the system that is now connecting other government systems, at NITA we have actually done that also. We realized that challenge was there. You have a solution, but you can't get information or you can't validate the information that you have. So we have built a hub, we term it as UG hub, and it is free at cost. Anyone can come, both government and private sector. So there's opportunity for the youth to come and test out solutions for...
Thank you. Thank you.
I would like to end with a little story, which is that every single time anybody asks me what keeps me awake as the CEO of NSSF, I tell them this story. I say, the one thing that keeps me awake is a 13-year-old, a 14-year-old, maybe 15-year-old, because I don't think at around 17 you've started sort of going off and becoming set in your ways. But at that age where you are still free-spirited, still innovative, thinking of how to create an app that will totally disrupt NSSF so that the day after, nobody wants to bring their money to NSSF because you've given them a solution for their retirement. So it is on that story that I would like to end, say that the world can be disrupted and all you need to do is to think, and technology is the way to disrupt the world.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Just a warning to part of my friends, the organizers. This panel is, it doesn't look so beautiful. Next time better. I mean, we have very, very highly skilled ladies in these things, business world. So next time, Giles and Jomo and the entire team, the organizers of the business breakfast meeting, because this is supposed to be an annual event that you should be looking for on the annual calendar. So let's pay back next year and ensure that there are some at least 50+% of ladies on the panel. But well done, not your problem. I want to now dismiss you. Thanks for a good job. Let's clap again for them. Thank you very much. The discussion will continue on hashtag Uganda at 60 Business Breakfast Conference. That's as one word. Hashtag Uganda at 60 Business Breakfast Conference. The next panel, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome Kwesi Tabaro, a young man, a very good friend of mine. I call him a young brother from the other side of Congo. He is going to lead us through the panel that is going to discuss the creative industry, the creative art, and let's give him some energy. You're most welcome, Kwesi.
Thank you very much, Charles. Before you go, I should mention that I was with your cousin a couple of days ago. I was in Goma in January, and I met a young man from a place called Jugu. It's in northeastern Congo on the border with Nebi, and he spoke only French and fluent Alur. So I had to talk to him through Charles, who was in Uganda, but goes to show you how interconnected or how disconnected our region is.
Just for your information,
yes,
the majority of the Alur speaking group are in Congo. They number over 4.5 million, the other side. Just to ensure that we don't bring them to vote this side.
Thank you very much, Charles. Now, I think I have the unenviable task of moderating the very last session of what has been a very long morning. And this is a bone I have to pick with the organizers because ours was supposed to be the very first panel, how it ended up being the very last is something I'm not very pleased about, and especially because the sector we're discussing doesn't have a lot of money. It's not oil and gas, it's not trade, it's not banking or housing, but I hope that I can sustain your attention. Okay. I'm told there's one last panel after me, but I hope I can sustain your attention for the next 30 minutes. As already introduced, my name is Kwesi Tabaro. I work with the Lea Africa Institute. And quickly, I will invite my panel to come and take their seats. I have Mr. Lukman Ali. Lukman? A round of applause as they make their way to the stage. I also have from the Uganda Registration Services Bureau, Ms. Masi Kainowisho. Is Masi in the room? I also have Mr. Cedric Baboon Dilima. Cedric? I have Mr. William Bleak. And last but not least, and I think, you know, for the benefit of... okay. All right. So I'm told Masi is not with us, but I'll have Mr. Joseph Masembe joining the panel. And then last but not least, Miss Rebecca Amolen. Rebecca, are you in the room? Ah, perfect. Great. And our panel over the next 30 or so minutes will discuss the role of the arts, creatives, sports, and film industry in job creation. Now, before I go to my panel, I just wanted to set the ball rolling. Of course, the biggest elephant in the room is how to create as many jobs as possible for all these young Ugandans. The average Ugandan today is 15 years old. And if you think our country has a problem generating enough jobs today, it's going to be an even bigger problem when that average population is 18, 20, 25, and they're out of school, and we need to find jobs for them. So conversations like these are very important, and that's why I hope that my panel, with all this diversity, can help us try and dissect this you know, very important issue and see where the opportunities lie. I could not find statistics for Uganda in terms of the contribution that the culture, well, what we consider as film, sports, and entertainment is otherwise called the culture goods sector. I could not find a figure for Uganda, but the latest statistics we have for Africa are that about 500,000 people are employed in this creative sector across the continent, and the sector generates about $4.2 billion. Now, there's a kicker to that. This is what is captured in the formal statistics. And of course, the sector we're talking about is largely informal. Maybe 90% of it is informal. So goes to show you the kind of potential that the sector has. But I will start with the lady on the panel, Rebecca. You are a filmmaker and a producer. A lot of times when we have conversations on opportunities and where the future lies in terms of employment, your sector is rarely looked upon. In fact, politicians, especially in this country, have dismissed your sector, and they think anyone who ends up in the arts or MDD is a failure. But I'm sure you know of success stories in that sector. Maybe you could speak to that.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the question. I'll introduce myself once again. My name is Rebecca Amolen, and I am a professional production sound mixer, but also a producer. And I am currently working, I'm currently a director and a team lead at Kibazi Crafts Uganda Limited. And yeah, we always have the challenge of our sector being dismissed. I have a history and I enjoy sharing this story. Before I joined the film industry, I was a professional teacher and I was teaching in a nursery school. It was an international school, but I was dealing with the nursery section. And here I was paid about 500,000 per month without any other benefits. And I did this for over a year. And then I met this awesome gentleman who is in the film industry. He was a sound engineer. And he just tells me about what he does and shows me pictures. I pick interest, and without a second thought, I cross over to the film industry, and I study sound and start working. And for the record, I was the first female to do sound on a professional level in Uganda. And I took on the role so hard, but of course, bringing in exposure on the other side. I knew it was a challenging sector, first of all, and one that is not recognized. I can say, until now, most of my family members don't know what I do. Even when I explain, they don't understand that bit. But my testimony is crossing from education to film to a sector that is so uncertain to most people was the biggest win for me. I've made tons of money from this business. I've done businesses. I've done projects that are so big that people would look at and wonder how you got there. So one thing that I can say is this is a very potential sector that is that has the potential to hire more than thousands of people. First of all, we do not need a lot of paperwork when it comes to us, a lot of education and all that. Someone just needs a hand, be showed what to do, and then given the opportunity to actually show what they've learned. So our biggest challenge this side is, of course, the finances. We have lots of talented people out here, people that are good directors, good writers, potential actors, actresses, models. But the challenge comes in when it comes to financing. Financing, because you have this perfect story, but then you do not have the funds to execute it. Or maybe you have a little fund from savings and a few pitches to friends here and there who are willing to give you the money, but then you're not able to hire thousands of people that can actually fill in the roles. So you end up being a one-man army. You're the writer, you're the producer, you're the director, you are the set runner, you're also acting. But then if
Thank you. I would like to pick on that thought,
Yes,
the importance of financing. And I wanted to bring in someone who is also into film, Lukman Ali. I don't know if anyone in the room has watched A Girl in the Yellow Jumper. Anyone? Yes, it was the first Ugandan movie to stream on Netflix, and it's doing quite well. So all the work of Lukman Ali, who was the director of that film. But Lukman, unfortunately, I see Mr. Richard Yarugaba has left the room. I think this is also one of the major issues that your sector faces, that not many people who have the resources to invest see value or returns in the arts and creative sector. And yet, when you look around right now, whether it's Hollywood or what is happening with Afrobeats across the world, Africa and African narratives are really the in thing, and there's a lot of investment flowing into that. It's happening in the West. Unfortunately, we're yet to catch up. And if we don't, then the direction that it takes and the proceeds from that will certainly not be harvested back at home. But since you're the expert, I wanted you to talk to that. Turn on your mic, please. Cedric can help.
Okay, thanks. Thank you very much for the question. I think it's actually taking off in Africa as well. I recently directed a film in Nigeria that had a budget of $1 million. Like I never thought I would work on a project with that much money. But it's currently the biggest film in Nigeria, and it's getting that money back. So that means that there's a way of actually getting the money back. Here in Uganda, I think it's going to take a while for us to get to that level, but it's promising. It's promising because I feel like most of the stories have been explored in the West, and now they're coming to Africa with the likes of Woman King, all these films that are coming out now. So I think maybe now is the right time to enter.
And you're being very humble about it because you've directed quite a number of film projects and ad projects coming out of Uganda, and they're doing really well. So the message I wanted you to pass on to the people with the money in the room is that there is potential returns if they invest in the art sector, and this is not charity, but genuine business from which they can reap.
Yeah, it's a very complicated business to explain. Most people actually don't see. It's very hard to make them see how it works. But with the likes of Netflix and Amazon now interested in coming around, because Netflix is coming to Uganda. We're actually working on a Netflix original right now, and it wasn't a very big project because it's the first one, but we were able to employ around 200 people, and it was a project that only took like a week to finish. But bigger things are coming, of course, because that's how they usually enter markets, smaller steps. So with all those players coming in, there's going to be a need for all this content, and that's potential jobs for a lot of people.
Thank you, Lukman. Looks like I'll be staying with the filmmakers for a while. Cedric, anyone watched Beneath the Lies? Anyone? Okay, number of people. Cedric was behind production for Beneath the Lies. Cedric, he talks about the figure 200 people that he's working on, and he considers it a small project. I wanted you to elaborate on the employment potential of the film industry, and you could even give an example of, on average, how many people you'd have on a set.
Well, I mean, when you have a production, in itself, it's an ecosystem. It employs so many people, from the runners, the people who work between the different units within a movie, to the actors, the directors, the producers. So again, depending on how big the production is, it means that it's going to employ a lot of people. But I have to say something. I think that one of the struggles we have with the film industry in Uganda is that there is no, and I guess with music as well, there isn't a particular exit strategy.
What do you mean by exit strategy?
You see, when you're going to do a production, Lukman has brought up the issue with Netflix. Netflix has the platform to sell the show. So they already have subscribers. I think they make $90 billion a month in subscription. Now they already have the platform. Now we have a tendency, now I'll give you my own experience with Beneath the Lies. We tend to make movies for ourselves, in the sense that you go and produce something, you think it's nice. It's like the way we build houses. Nobody's ever going to tell you your house is ugly, but you want them to buy it. But you're building it for yourself. Yet, we have to actually produce content that is for the market. And this is where the Nigerians have done well. I used to watch the Nigerian shows, and of course, I'm sure everybody has watched them. And you say to yourself, did somebody actually wake up and make this movie? But then all the people in your environment, the people who work around your environment, are watching this, what do we call it? Nigeria?
Nigeria.
And you're wondering to yourself, but that's really silly. But at the end of the day, they're making productions for those people. And that's where the market is. So I think at the end of the day, yes, it does create an ecosystem where people are employed. Of course, it's great to hear that Netflix is coming, because they have their own market. They have a platform to sell it on. But to young producers, directors, screenwriters, script writers, you have to use your creative ability, yes? Like my young brother here, Lukman, is, I'm a bit sad because he came to me before he went to Netflix for funding for Girl in a Yellow Jumper, so I suppose I kind of missed the bus. But at the end of the day, let's try and create things that are marketable as well. Things that, we have an exit strategy for.
Thank you. Shifting gears to sports, I'd like to come to you, Bleak. Of course, the biggest currency in the creative industry, and especially sport, is not so much the money that the artists or the players earn directly, but the soft power tool that it is. That's why countries invest billions of dollars to host major sports tournaments. We're going to have a very unique World Cup held in November in the middle of a desert. But Qatar is doing it because it achieves more for the country than they may not even get out of the group stages, but what it means for Qatar's image is much bigger. Is it something that Uganda is yet to wake up to?
Thank you very much. Good morning. Sport is one of the biggest industries in the world. It's in the top 8, valued at more than $500 million as of 2021, and projected to grow to about 700 million in 2026.
This is sport in Uganda?
Sports at a global stage.
Oh, okay.
And allow me to give you a global perspective, and then how Uganda can be able to link in that to achieve some of its goals. And I'm saying that because I sit at the International Olympic Committee, which is the highest office for sport, and I'm just one of 5 Africans who sit there. So that global perspective and where we want to go as a country is extremely important, that we align ourselves to be international and to be able to benefit from a huge global market. It's the same thing with our film industry. They need to align themselves with the global market and take advantage of the various opportunities that do exist. But sport, being a soft power, is extremely important, and sport gives an opportunity for countries to market themselves. It brings in an inflow of income when they host these particular events. But why do countries such as Russia, for example, host a football World Cup? And that's because it does a lot of PR for the country. And countries need to have a good image to be able to attract investors, to be able to attract partners, and to be able to move the agenda of the country forward. So sport provides a very good platform for soft power. And I think we've seen what sport can do for countries such as South Africa. They used sport to unite a country from apartheid by hosting the Rugby World Cup, hosting the Football World Cup and the cricket. And South Africa became accepted internationally through sport. So Uganda has a very good opportunity to invest in sport and use sport as a soft power to the world to market Uganda as a country, because sport can give a platform which is a multi-sectoral approach. So if Uganda used sport as a platform, then we could do a lot more to market our country.
And of course, there's been talk in the corridor for quite some time now that Uganda should possibly bid to host a major football tournament, the Africa Cup of Nations. Is it something that you're exploring? And since we have some oil majors in the room, Ellison here, isn't it something that they could, sponsor once our few billion start rolling in?
I think it's very possible, because sport and football, that specific reference, has its own clientele and the sponsors who would want to invest in sport. But Uganda, and we're trying to partner with Tanzania to have a joint bid. And I think for me, that will open up Uganda, because Uganda is a sporting nation, and we have a lot of potential. Our population is 60 to 70% under the age of 30, so it's a very young population. So hosting global international events or continental events opens up the country, allows the country to also invest more in sport. And I know if we do host a regional competition such as the Africa Cup of Nations, then the government of Uganda will invest more in sport. And when we invest more in sport, in infrastructure, we will encourage more people to get involved in sport, and hopefully Uganda as a country can be able to perform at the highest level.
Sorry, Blake, I'm going to stay with you. You mentioned something that we're considering a joint bid with Tanzania. Is that talk, or we've already made some progress? And if we have, at what level?
I'm not the right person to make any confirmations, but I am aware that FUFA and the federation responsible for football in Tanzania have met, and the government of Uganda and Tanzania have made preliminary meetings to discuss the modalities of how two countries can jointly bid to host a continental championships. So those discussions are actually ongoing. And I think if we do align ourselves to do that, it will be the first time that we're having a global continental football event in our region.
All right. Great. Ellison, I hope you heard that. I know you've been looking around for great stories to tell around EACOP. I cannot imagine a bigger event to solidify this interesting partnership that we're entering with Tanzania than a joint bid for the Africa Cup of Nations. And certainly it's something that I think we can pull off. I'll come to you, Mr. Masembe. I don't know if by representing Mase you can answer some of the questions around intellectual property, but much as there's still little investment into the film industry in Uganda, one of the major risks is not counterfeiting really, but you've heard of the guys downtown who will copy people's music and movies. It remains a huge threat to this industry, pirating and piracy. I don't know if you're confident enough to talk about the extent of the problem and what could potentially be done about it.
First of all, I am going to do two things. The very first one, I'll attempt to gamble and just hint a little bit on that, but I'll also pull a mwenda and reset my own question and then...
With my permission.
Yes, with your permission. But on the issue of copyright, I think it is the nature of our society and the economies of scale that we have been in. Downtown for years, it has been providing a sense of livelihood. The music, the videos, all that kind of thing. And it is a step, baby steps basically, because I can see artists are now working on something called copyright law and all that other thing. So we will achieve it probably in a couple of years to come, but not right now. But in the spirit of resetting my own question and giving my own easy answer, I'm a little nervous now because for the past 10 years, my experience has been talking to children. And when you deal with children, you are the hero. But I'm now in the company of this distinguished gentleman and lady, so I may not fit into those shoes. So I'm going to reset mine and start with a little story, hopefully a bit of my nerves. And I'll borrow it from a gentleman called Ziegler. And it's about a gentleman called John Jones. John Jones was in New York and he wanted to travel to Boston. So he decided to go and buy himself a train ticket. So he went up to the place, bought a train ticket, and he was supposed to take the 2:20 train to Boston. So on his way to the gates, he saw a weighing scale. And he was a little bit curious. Had he grown a little fat? Was he losing weight? So he stepped on these scales, inserted his coin, and the machine said, your name is John Jones. You weigh 188 pounds, and you're going to catch the 2:20 to Boston. So he was a little bit intrigued. I mean, how would this machine know exactly how much I weigh? Yes, but my names and who I am? So I said, no. He inserted another coin, stepped on the same scales, and he said, your name is still John Jones. You still weigh 188 pounds, and you're still going to catch the 2:20 to Boston. Now, he was flabbergasted. He said, I mean, this is like voodoo, African voodoo. So he walks into the nearby restrooms, changes his coat, puts on a fake mustache, even puts on a cape, pulls it down, covers his neck, chin, walks back to the same scales, inserts his coin, and the machine says, your name is still John Jones. You still weigh 188 pounds, but you just missed the 2:20 to Boston. Now, the moral of the story is, and it comes from the fact that I represent the two biggest constituencies, almost semi-present in this room. The first one is environment. The second one is children. Our children are growing at a rate a lot faster than we can imagine. You walk out of the room 2-3 days and your son is as tall as you are. But secondly, the environment is fast dwindling in the presence of us chasing the dollars, the pounds, the coins, the shillings. So how can we, in the quest for our empowerment, be able to balance and juggle our chase for economic development and money, but still remember to find time for our children, but also take care of the environment? And to be able to amplify that, I'll ask the Secretariat to play a very small video to represent what the children and the environment of Uganda have for us. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We'll have that video
Hello
play
everyone,
shortly.
my name is Paula Marikadai and I'm a senior ambassador for Uganda to Hands Go Green. I have been with Uganda to Hands Go Green for 7 years, and for those of you who don't know, it's been around for 10 years. This year we'll be celebrating our 10-year anniversary. Through Uganda to Hands Go Green, I have been able to learn about the importance and why I have to protect the environment, why we need to fight against global warming and climate change, and why we need to discard of plastic bottles and eradicate the effects of plastic. Uganda to Hands Go Green teaches children the importance of keeping the environment clean, why we need to protect it, and how useful it is. For those of you who don't know, we only have one planet, planet Earth, the very planet we're living on right now, and if we don't protect it, we have no one else to rule.
Children have a proprietary interest in the future, and I keep telling this to so many of us. And we do not inherit this earth from our parents, we simply borrow it from our children. Now, if we do not take certain fundamental steps towards ensuring that the children that we give birth to, the children that will be future leaders of tomorrow, if we do not take fundamental steps to ensure that they will inherit, one, a planet that is green and healthy, but secondly, that they can be able to maintain it in that way. And to be able to maintain it in that way, we need to teach that to them at a tender age.
Starting at the earliest stages, it helps us understand why we need to do it. Because once we understand why we need to do it, we'll understand how important it is to us. Because right now, our parents have left this planet for us. So we'll also have to leave the planet in a safer way for our children. So we don't have to worry about our kids suffocating or not being able to breathe or suffering from sunburn, from the destruction of the ozone layer, many, many things. If our parents had the information that we have now, our grandparents, our parents knew that today we'd be suffering from things like global warming, mass floods, melting of icebergs, I believe they would have done more to protect it. But unfortunately, we can't go back in time and fix that.
Thank you very much. And as we wrap up our panel, I just wanted to make one observation and ask one question to every panelist, and they will use the expertise in the different sectors to try and come up with a solution. And this is the challenge, that Uganda today, our country, suffers a serious image problem. You could call it a PR crisis. If you think I'm lying, just go into any internet search engine and type in Uganda and go to images, the very first images that you receive. That has not been helped by the recent cases of Ebola and how we've handled not the disease, but how we've communicated our efforts to deal with the disease. And as of this morning, I think I've received so far 2 calls cancelling 2 major events that were supposed to happen in November and December in this country. Of course, we've talked a lot about the physical, tangible things, and the President has talked about this, whether it's investment in infrastructure, investment in dams, investment in roads. We're now going electric with our cars. All that is great. But if the software is not right, no matter how good the hardware is, we'll not achieve everything that we want to achieve. When a conference is cancelled, it means Speak Resort cannot make money. It means we don't receive money at the airport because there are no arrivals. It means not enough of our bananas and eggs and milk are being consumed. So ultimately, what matters most is yes, the physical infrastructure, but also how Uganda is perceived outside there. And since you belong to the creative and sports industry, I could begin with each of you, 30 seconds, what solution you would prescribe. I'll begin with you, Bleak.
Thank you very much. I think the government should invest more in sport. If we international event, I'll give you an example. In 2012, when Stephen Kiprotich won the gold medal ceremony, more than 1 billion people tuned in live to see the gold medal ceremony. They saw a Ugandan, they heard the Ugandan national anthem, and there's nothing Uganda has ever done that has given it a live global audience of 1 billion people on all continents. So if you invest in sport, my opinion, you can market the country to create a good perception. If you look at our neighbors, Rwanda, they sponsor Arsenal FC and Paris Saint-Germain, which is 2 leading football clubs. But the access to a global audience they have benefits the tourism industry, because if they see your country on TV or read about it, or it's associated with happiness and success, then they in turn look at your country very differently, and that helps to boost tourism. So if the government of Uganda could invest more in sports, we can have a very good perception about the country, and then that will in turn generate people's attention to be able to come to Uganda as a tourist destination. So it has a multi-sectoral approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Lukman?
I think pretty much the same thing you said. It's interchangeable. We just have to do the same. I think Uganda needs to open up so that we can make stories about all these things that we might not be allowed to make movies about now, but they kind of like sell our country in a good light. So same thing, but just change sports to film.
Cedric?
Kwesi, thank you. You know, I just want to talk a bit more about what William said. Sport is a $650 billion a year industry. It's a business. Sport in Europe employs more people than the mining industry, and it's growing faster than global GDP. So it's only logical for us, whether you like sports or not, and looking at the demographic that we have, to invest in sport, because there is a return on investment. And the demographic we have is that 70% of our population are youth. But they keep regurgitating this information. 70% are youth, 70% are youth, and the youth are getting older and older and older. So when we say invest in the business of sport, you have different levels. You have grassroots, when they're babies. You have infrastructure, which are the stadiums. You have hosting events, like I heard you talking about Africa Cup of Nations. I think even before we get to the Africa Cup of Nations, let's be a bit realistic. Let's first of all clean up our stadia, just the ones which are here, right? Let's try and do this. And if the legislators, the policy makers can understand and take that concept out of their mind, that when they think of sports, and I can see it, they think of sports like PE. It's something you just do. Those guys who run and those guys who do this, the only time they pay attention is if a foreign athlete is coming, because they can see the zeros on his bank account. But those athletes that you see came from somewhere. They didn't just fall, they didn't just appear. So we have to invest in sport and look at it as a productive sector as opposed to a consumptive sector. And if we can do that, like William said, the image of an athlete has a lot to do with where they come from. If we have 10, 15 athletes winning gold medals, you have a Usain Bolt, we have a Cheptegei. You look, for example, like Cheptegei, for example, I think...
Within 30 seconds, Cedric.
Yeah, I think that we need to celebrate these athletes more, because they're the ones who are going to be your brand ambassadors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Masembe, 30 seconds.
I'll give you 15. The biggest threat to mankind at the moment is climate change. It is the biggest discussion on the world stage. Let us take center stage in talking and handling issues climate change. It will give us the right kind of visibility. And also children. If I made 2 jokes here and the child made the same jokes, they'll get a lot of traction. That's why you had Fresh Kid and all those, and Steve Harvey became popular because he was doing a program with kids. Therefore, let's amplify our kids, their talents and everything, and let's take charge of the climate change discussion positively.
Thank you. Rebecca, 30 seconds.
Thank you so much. Film is not just a driver of economic growth, it is also an opportunity to bring real prestige to a nation. And that, goes back to your point of how can we change how Uganda is seen out there. So it can influence politics, laws, and more things, culture, growth. And for example, Nigeria's film industry was reported to be the 2nd largest employer by mid-2013. So if Uganda or Uga would attain the same level of employment share, this would be very great for our economy and the country itself. So films can have far more great impact than first imagined.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, my very able panel. Another round of applause for the panel. And I've been your moderator, Kwesi, now handing over to Charles Odongtho. Charles, I hope I stuck within my time.
You did well, you did good, and not that you stuck within your time, but you did well and you deserve a better clap. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly clap for Kwesi Tabaro for steering the panel. A very complex subject, and yet a subject which is worth huge amounts of money if well nurtured and invested in. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to recognize Honorable Michael Mawanda. I think he has just walked out. Honorable Michael Mawanda has been with us since morning. He's the MP for Igara East in the 11th Parliament. Allow me also warmly recognize and welcome a good friend of ours, a good friend of mine as well, Mr. Rolinda Fabrice, the Honorable Mayor of Entebbe Municipality. Kindly stand up for recognition. The last 2 years, he looks bigger than Rugendo, and yet they were the same size. So it pays to have these positions. It pays to be a mayor, it pays to be an MP. So young people in the house, don't take those ambitions for granted. Mr. Linda, thanks for seeing you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, our final panel. Allow me now, before I invite the head of that panel, I want to recognize the participation of the URSB, Uganda Registration Services Bureau, being part of this organization, the inaugural business breakfast conference. Allow me also recognize, with your permission, the Uganda Breweries Limited, represented by Jackie Tahakanizibwa, something. The handwriting, I wish it was written using a computer. Jackie, where are you? Jackie is right the other side. Jackie, kindly stand up for recognition. UBL has done great to be. And Sophie Kayemba, also from UBL. And the UBL is home of Bell Lager, Uganda Waraji, and Johnny the Walker. Those are brands I must read. I may not mention them very well. And the UBL celebrated 75 years last year and has grown with Uganda, a little older than Uganda, at 60. Now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me welcome Mr. Paul Busharizi, the man from New Vision, from Vision Group. Let's put our hands together to welcome him. He will be the one who will mention and invite his honorable panel to the final panel engagement. Paul, you're most welcome. It's good to see you, more bearded and more, gray. And but I'm very sure, like President Ruto said, wiser. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charles. The only men who point out that I'm grey are the ones who feel I'm competing against them. So clearly, Charles, you're worried, but we shall discuss. Thank you very much, people. Final panel of the day, I believe. I'm at the tail end, which is a difficult space to play in, but we're going to try our best. Our discussion today is geopolitical lessons. Geopolitics, lessons for Uganda in managing geopolitical risks. So, of course, we've talked about all these things in the morning, oil, sport. I think we talked about emerging technologies, and we're all talking in silos, but you cannot talk about these things or developing them without the context in which you operate, which many times, just to start with, is physical. So we have neighbors, and the neighbors may or may not want to see us prosper, but maybe that is something that will come out in our discussion. So I'm going to call to the stage our panel of discussants. Ladies first, we have Ms. Rita Mugula, who is Senior Investment Executive at the Uganda Investment Authority. Special duties at State House. Please come to our stage. And also, I'm informed joining us a bit belatedly is Dr. Fred Muhumuza. So if you're not, Fred, don't relax too much. Expected up here. And last but not least, because I've got an axe to grind with him, we have Ambassador Adonia Ivory. We have never forgiven him for deserting the profession, the fourth estate.
A logical, deeper conversation.
How many teachers in Uganda did you consult? But there's a mistake we are making. Which is good. Which is good. Which is good. Which is good. We went to this school, we ran it to Western, we ran it to Northern, we ran, then you come. Isn't that an achievement?
Objective and non-partisan.
Honorable Minister, there were a number of points. I want to start with you.
Straight from the hearts of open-minded men and women.
Money tends to move faster at night. So when people are not counting,
don't take it for granted.
Candid and authentic.
Because Uganda is not Thailand.
That's not correct, and we should stop that kind of mentality.
So what I'm saying
that's
is
a trick question. Don't answer.
I'm not getting into that. I'm not getting into that.
Tell him you speak low.
I think that's where we are beginning to have a problem.
I think what is going to kill the parish model are all the misconceptions on how it's supposed to run.
I know that the Prime Minister is listening.
Behind the headlines.
Charles, let us agree. We liberalized the economy. We are several nations put it together. Why don't you appreciate that? What if it fails? I'm happy to answer. And he's a good lawyer because Amin is not in power.
The parish development committee is functional. It is there. That there is a parish chief, that the beneficiary is doing.
So we look at expenditure. We don't look at revenue. And that is the challenge we are giving them from Minister of Finance.
Your fountain of new knowledge, flowing into the mass body of knowledge.
First get the knowledge of Bukedia, how they want to be modernized.
Every Wednesday, 10 p.m. on your public broadcaster.
You return money to the treasury, which is meant for the people.
UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Attached to investments, of course, was one of the key issues that came out of course, the private sector and the investments and their safety within the country was one of the issues that were raised during the pandemic. Quickly, of course,
a lot declined. Let me speak from the security of an investor point of view. FDI definitely declined during the COVID time by about 34.6%, and that is 2020. Remittances declined. So as an investment promoter, those are some of the key issues that we are looking out to, of how to sustain the economy and how to reassure the investors and the private sector players in this country and how they can survive. Right now, of course, the restrictions have eased and COVID circumstances have improved, and we are hopefully looking at the economy getting back on track, projecting to grow at about 4.6 GDP this year, and then looking at a projection of about 6.5. But some of the key lessons quickly that I would look at from a government point of view, also from a policymaker's point of view, is the speed of response in such circumstances. Because with such situations, these are uncertain conditions. So as a country and as policymakers, we need to really move fast and at speed to see how we reallocate the resources at hand, but focusing on the priority sectors or the priority population at a point in time. So the good thing responded quickly, but this is something we need to equip ourselves, our responses in such situations, to ensure security, especially for the business and investment community. And then also, we've come to realize that the safety we have, let me give an example. We import a lot. China was a very huge importation point for us, but because of COVID, there was lockdown, which is still existing right now. So as business and investments, we need to strategize. How else, which other countries can we maximize on? We need to diversify and broaden our source countries and then also our export markets. And then the good thing that is coming out that we are noting, we are getting a lot of investments from the domestic investors. Of course, when we attract investments, we are looking at foreign direct investment and domestic investment, but the anchor is for the foreign direct to drive the domestic. But with the lockdown, we've come to appreciate that we actually can become enterprising as a country. So we need to strategically see how we get into the import substitution aspect, anchor on the competitive sectors so that we export, and then also substitute what we think has been constrained by all these risks and the lockdown that we faced. And then, of course, the digitalization aspect also comes in of as a country for our safety and security for investments. How do we jump onto this new e-commerce, this new dynamic of digitalized economy? Because after COVID, post-COVID, it's the new thing. So how do the businesses, how do we all as a country equip ourselves to maximize digitalization as a country? And then, of course, what is very critical and what gives safety or security most is access to credit. So as a country, one thing we've learned, and we are trying to improve ourselves on, of how do we make credit accessible, especially for the small and medium enterprises? Because truthfully, right now, it's so hard for me to attract FDI, foreign direct investment. So I'm looking at the domestic investors and entrepreneurs here. How do we equip them so that we develop as a country post-COVID and this whole political situation we're in right now? Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. I'll come back to you on that, especially on how this plays in the geopolitics that we're trying to scatter or maneuver around. Let me come to Mr. Toy Otieno, Private Secretary, Special Duties, State House.
Yes, thank you. Lessons for Uganda in managing geopolitical risks. I tend to agree with Andrew Mwenda that talked here earlier. You know, the role of the Army in promoting regional integration, Pan-Africanism. You know, he talked about the business community following, you know, the Army closely, where it has been able to stabilize the region. And this contributing to, you know, the economic development. Then another speaker also, Geraldine Sally, talked about trade, talked about the Africa free, after, the Africa free trade, Africa continental free trade area. But then the issue becomes, so what, all this, how do we ensure that that we benefit from, from all this? Now, when we look at the risks, for me, I want to look at two risks, two geopolitical risks that we are all familiar with. One was the COVID-19 pandemic, which I will refer to as, the COVID-19 apartheid. We all know that the makers of the vaccines held these for themselves, regardless of the fact that Africans or the global south had even paid in advance. But they held these to our detriment, literally leaving us to perish. That was one risk that that affected us. Then the other one is the ongoing Ukraine war. We know the repercussions that that are affecting us in all sectors of society. Apparently, Ukraine has been a breadbasket, so to speak, for the whole world, and all these commodities have now skyrocketed. Fuel prices, grains, which is a bit of a, a bit of a shame, because a country like Uganda, that is supposed to be a breadbasket for the region, for Africans to rely really on Europeans for food is just despicable. Then there's the usual blackmail, embargoes. People have talked here about this blackmail with our ECOP. We should understand that the Western powers will always look out for themselves, and therefore, for me, the response is self-sustainability. Self-sustainability, because these are lessons, these are risks that these are risks that have been put before us, and for us it should be self-sustainability. And I'm glad that my sister here from Uganda Investment Authority has been talking about some solutions, and for me, we need to look more into that. But one of them really that I want to concentrate on, that maybe has not been mentioned here, is strategic intervention in our cottage industries. Building a cottage industry, because yes, failure to attract foreign direct investment and trying to build our local consumption here and our local investment, but government must come into, to encourage the establishment of a cottage industry, specialization in certain areas. And I think we have the capacity in this country. We've got entrepreneurs with capacity. The arcades we have in this country, people have bank balances in the millions of dollars. So if government, if investment authority can strategically intervene and engage these people at a strategic level, so that they move from this real estate, these arcades, and go into processing, import substitution, I think we can go a long way really in addressing some of these risks based on the, based on the lessons learned. I think for me, that is what I wanted to bring up. Thank you.
Thank you, Toy, on that one. I come to Dr. Fred Muhumuza. Your take on the subject.
Thank you very much. I think geopolitics and picking up each individual country. Security is now a regional issue, and even goes beyond the region. And while we're linking in development, we all know that the first bullet the Western countries fired against Russia after its invasion of Ukraine was economic, the sanctions. So those two must be together. Why do they attack your economy? Is basically to undermine your ability to fight. Now, you can do that self-harm to yourself as a country. If you don't manage your own economy well, then you're actually going to undermine your own security. So how do we link the two together? And when I look through the different parameters, I think the biggest security threat today for Uganda is the economy itself. We have a very good fighting force by what I see in the UPDF, but the ability of the economy to sustain not just those in military uniform and armed, who are armed, but also the social dynamics and social security, the individuals themselves, even to fight diseases. We all know how we were able to deal with Ebola. It was partly our nutrition. So if you're going to have your people malnourished, then even diseases will take advantage of them. They will raid your hospital facilities. You'll have a lot of problems. I saw a headline today. It may not have been a top headline. Butabika is struggling with people with mental cases. These are not necessarily cases that may not be related to economic stress, but who knows, they might be coming from there. So we need to look at that and say, what are really now the economic parameters, economic aspects that may undermine Uganda within the geo region where it exists, both in terms of economics and also in terms of the security. One would be unemployment. From history, we know that if you have a lot of unemployment, those young fellows can easily be swayed into anything. They can be recruited by anybody to become suicide bombers, to become criminals, not necessarily against the state, but against citizens themselves. So the unemployment is a big threat that we need to be looking at and might undermine our ability to engage within the region. The debt and its related service costs is quite significant for Uganda today. Close to 35% of our budget of 48 trillion is literally to debt service. So it's not speaking to the current and the future, it's literally speaking to the past. How do we address those dimensions? Demand, how do we manage the demand management within the economy that the factories that are producing actually are able to sell what they produce? A lot of factories are under economic stress. They can't service their bank loans. They are coming for government bailouts, but what exactly is the problem? The problem is the people who used to buy their produce are no longer able to do that. So how do you cure that? Giving the company a check, a bailout, or do you go and bail out the households so that these households can come back and buy from the factory? These are conversations we really want to bring on the table. Effectiveness of government itself. Government has significant internal inherent challenges that are undermining the economy and by default undermining our security, both within the country and at regional level and beyond. The institutional alignment of government institutions. We still have a lot of coordination problems within government. We have a lot of coordination and motivation issues of the government employees. We don't know whether salary enhancements will resolve that. There are quite a number of things, but that's a box we need to open, because we're not going to look about regional integration when you're already weak yourself. The chain, as they say, is as strong as the weakest link, and surely Uganda must not be the weakest link within the region. Then everybody will cannibalize you. You don't be at the bottom, want to be at the bottom of the food chain. So these are some, for me, issues we need to bring on the table. How do we strengthen the bottom of the pyramid? We are on level 2 of this building. But our comfort is really rooted in the foundations of this building. Those pillars you don't see are the ones enabling us to be here. So we cannot just celebrate and say, for me, I'm doing well, I've done my school, I've done my hotel, I've done my business. That business hangs on SMEs, that business hangs on households. What do we do to strengthen those foundations of this economy so that even as we walk into the region to really integrate, we are able to play our role with confidence? I know a few years back when Europe was having lots of migrants, Greece was going down, Portugal was going down, Italy was going down. They call them the pigs. It's really the mighty of Germany that withheld Europe. So even as we say the conversation of regional integration, who is our Germany in the East African region? Can Uganda say, well, for me, even if the Germany is not me, but I will not need that Germany when we come into this region? So we must do our own internal work, strengthen ourselves, and be able to secure the region and on the trade and also economic and then security issues. Thank you.
Thanks, Fred. Now to test whether Adonia still speaks straight or is so infected with diplomatism.
Thank you, my brother Basharizi. Thank you very much. I know you have a grudge with me, but I'm on deployment from journalism to diplomacy. And I can assure you I'm doing a good job. Let me first of all thank Giles and his colleagues for organizing this event. I have a little bit of an experience of organizing such an event. It's not easy to put together. And we should really, clap for them and encourage them to continue. This shouldn't be the last. Because Giles, if this is the last, we'll put you in chimp reports that you organized one event and disappeared. So keep it up. Really, this topic is really